accepting his first YouTube monetization award. Here is Todd Dan Druff with us. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Well, I have to tell you, this is unexpected. When I started this show back in early 2012, I never thought I'd be monetized. I really thought that I was going to run Poker Fraud Alert at a loss for a very long time. But here we are, and I'm accepting this YouTube monetization, this very first one I've ever received today. And I'd like to start off by thanking all the little people I had to step on to get here. I have to admit that I, at first, did not even try to get monetized. It's not that I've been trying for 12 years, I've been trying for 6 months. But what changed after 11 and a half years of not even attempting to make my site break even? What changed for me that made me want to reach for the stars and get that Jew gold from YouTube? Well, I'll tell you what changed. It was the voice of a little boy. A little boy, my son Benjamin, who came to me and said, "Dad, why do you put out all this content on the internet and don't attempt to get monetized?" See, he was from a world where everything he watched was monetized, where his favorite channels were ones put on by people making millions of dollars for playing video games. He couldn't understand why someone would put all these hours into a show that generated no money. So I explained to him, I'm not like the other people that you watch. I'm not young. I'm not someone that people want to see on the screen every day. I don't have millions of viewers. In fact, I struggle to get thousands of viewers. And he said to me, "Dad, I know you don't have thousands of viewers, but what you do have is the ability to never shut up." And I know that what you lack in audience, you have in long-windedness. So I said, I'm going to set forth. I'm going to start up a YouTube channel. Or actually, I'm going to take my existing YouTube channel, one which presently has other people's content, but now I'm going to put my own content on the YouTube channel. And I'm going to build an audience. And I'm going to make each video 8 hours long. So even if barely anyone watches it, I'm going to get a lot of watch hours, and I can earn that monetization. But then I realized there was a problem, because when I checked the YouTube requirements, I saw I had to have 1,000 subscribers. Well, somehow I had like 500 that had meandered in over the years, but how was I going to get the other 500? I tried to ask my listeners to subscribe, and some of them did. I tried to ask people on the forum to subscribe, and some of them did, but I wasn't getting close. But then I realized what I was lacking. I realized the secret ingredient to get to 1,000 subscribers to get myself monetized. Social media guilt. See, if you go onto social media and say you need people's help, they want to help. Even if they don't really like you, they want to help. Because people on social media feel good about being helpful. Because most of them are just sitting around, wasting time on their phones, not doing anything productive, and not even feeling good about their own lives. They feel like a big waste. They feel like a big lump. And if they can help you in any way, they will. And that's when I realized I need to go to Twitter. So I went to Twitter. And I said, I don't ask you guys for very much. In fact, I don't ask you guys for anything at all. But if you could just do one thing for me, please subscribe to my channel. And the plea worked. The subscribers started pouring in. And all of a sudden, I was very close to those 1,000 subscribers. I wasn't quite there yet. And I figured it might be another month or two before I get monetized via the 1,000 subscribers. But then I realized another way to get subscribers is to just latch on to the controversy of the day and provide clickbait for those people looking to hear more about it. So when the story came out about Tom Dwan owing people a lot of money, I said, hey, this is a perfect opportunity to get subscribers. And so I did. So I did a 93-minute special on Tom Dwan, which, hey, I didn't really care very much about, and you probably didn't either, but it made for great clickbait, and I got some more subscribers that way. And to be honest, that pushed me over the top. Now I have 1,000 subscribers, and I have the number of watch hours that I need for YouTube to consider my channel to be monetized. But wait, the story doesn't end there, because I got demonetized before I ever got monetized. You see, I applied for monetization before reaching those thresholds, which you can do. And then you get basically kind of a pending monetization, which will kick in as soon as you hit the right numbers. So I applied for it and I was accepted. And I was all ready to be monetized as soon as we got to those numbers. But I found a few days ago that I was demonetized because YouTube went back and noticed that some content on my channel appeared on other channels and I didn't really own. Now, I didn't get any kind of copyright strikes, but they decided my channel was pretty much just a replay of other people's content, and therefore my channel was not eligible for monetization. But I appealed to YouTube, and I said, look, first of all, these videos I posted that were other people's, they weren't on YouTube yet when I posted them. These were obscure videos on Facebook that nobody was going to see, and I was just trying to provide them to the public, and it was many years ago. I've grown since then. I was a boy back then. I was only in my mid-40s. Now I'm in my 50s. I'm far more mature. Second, since September, since I started putting Poker Fraud Alert Radio on YouTube, I started getting most of my watch hours, in fact, almost all of my watch hours, through my own original content. Go check and you'll see. Now, unfortunately, YouTube is mostly managed by bots and AI. I didn't know if they'd be able to understand my claim, let alone take any action and grant my appeal. I was also told I'd have to wait 14 days before they'd come up with a decision, which I assumed was going to be no. However, I got the message just one day later that they had decided to reverse their decision. They decided to grant my appeal, and they decided to remonetize my channel. Thank you. Thank you. That's how I felt too. So here we are with a monetized channel on YouTube, and I couldn't be more proud. But I couldn't have gotten here without the help of a lot of people over the years. So if you don't mind, I'd just like to take a little time naming each and every co-host and guest, and actually every scammer I talked about over the past 12 years since the show started. I just want to recognize them all for the contributions they made to this show being listenable. So I'd like to start with... Oh, wait, what's that? No, I'm not done here. I wanted to recognize the people who are on my show. Come on, don't play me off here. Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Dan Druff would tell us. All right. I know when I'm not wanted. Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff would tell us. Yes, I'm monetized now. On YouTube, we are now a monetized channel. The Poker Fraud Alert channel is finally monetized, and I'm going to make very, very big money. Huge money. In fact, I think I'll be able to enter the Triton High Roller events next year with all the money that's going to roll in from you guys watching on YouTube, so I thank you for that. I'm already scouting out richer neighborhoods to move to. I'm already finding out about the 6- and 7-figure events around the world that I can start entering. Kind of be like the next Carrie Katz. So I want to thank all you guys for getting me monetized, because this is just going to make the dollars roll in at breakneck speed. I didn't think this show would make me wealthy, but it's going to. Okay, well, maybe not. Maybe got to have my goals a little bit lower than that, like the site breaking even and not losing money. But whatever it brings in, I'll be happy to get. So every time you watch on YouTube now, I am going to make a little bit of money. Now, the downside to that, of course, there's always a downside. Nothing in life is perfect. That is, Poker Fraud Alert Radio is going to have ads on YouTube. Not my ads, but YouTube's ads. And if it's too much for you, I don't know how many ads they're going to put, because I really haven't watched videos of this length before, because Poker Fraud Alert Radio is very long, as you very well know. So if the ads are oppressive, I'll see if I can change a setting or something to have them not appear as much. I haven't played with that very much yet. So let me know if the ads are too much. And yes, you can listen on the podcasting apps where I'm still going to publish the show and it won't have any ads. But, if you'd like to help out and make a little bit of money for the site for me, then watch on YouTube, as long as the ads don't bug you too much. There weren't ads up until now because I wasn't monetized. But now I'm monetized, so there should be ads. So what's going on here? It's March 14th, 2024, right now, 10:09 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And why are we doing a show again so soon? I've been doing it every 2.5, 3 weeks, and now here I'm doing it 5 days after the last show, and we even had a special in between. This is the third Poker Fraud Alert Radio since March 9th, and it's only March 14th. What has gotten into me? Is this going to be like a daily show now? Well, no, but what happened last time was I spent a very long time on the Mike Postle topic. I spent like 4 hours on that topic. Then I spent about 2 more hours on the Tom Dwan and ACR topic. So it was over a 6-hour show, and that's after editing. And I hadn't gotten to anything past that. And we had a lot more topics to do. So I didn't have the energy to do any more at that point. So I decided I'm just going to cut it off here, and then we're going to do the rest within a few days. Well, what happens after that? There is a big update in the Tom Dwan story, so I decided to do a little special where I played a Pokernews interview and stopped it and commented on it. So that was a little 93-minute special we did, so that's up there too. And so now I'm finishing off the show, and we're going to be doing all the topics that we didn't do last time. In addition, we're going to be talking about another Tom Dwan update right before we return to the topics we skipped from last time. We're going to do Tom Dwan at the beginning, the update on that, and then we will go through the other topics, which are as follows. I'm going to play you a little clip from Pokernews. They have a new show. It features Chad Holloway and Mike Holtz and Kinda England. And the clip I'm going to play you involves me and a discussion about how to pronounce my name. Now, I'm sure you know how to pronounce my name because I say it at the beginning of every show. But they did not. And I took it for granted that people read my name online and never really hear how to pronounce it. So there's been people who've known me for a long time that still think my name is Todd Whittles, which it's not. So I'm going to play you the discussion on the new Pokernews show. A former Clark County, Nevada congressional candidate, Republican, who came within 3 points of winning. So he wasn't super close, but he was fairly close to becoming a congressman in Nevada. He was arrested for killing a man in Resorts World in October of 2023. In fact, I was in Las Vegas when this occurred, and I heard that night about how someone died at Resorts World. This was told to me, and then I just didn't get much more info about it. I assumed it was just an accident of some sort or a health problem, but no, it was apparently a murder. So I'll tell you about this whole weird story and how a fairly prominent person has been arrested for it. A rash of room break-ins have occurred at the new Rio Las Vegas. It's no longer a Caesars property, so you can't blame Caesars for this one. But they are apparently having room break-ins. This is also a late-breaking story, which I will tell you about. I'll tell you how to prevent being victimized. Because I have a feeling the victims here, not that they deserved it. I don't like victim blaming, but I believe they probably behaved carelessly to at least allow this to happen. The Oakland A's released a weird stadium design for what's supposed to be their new Las Vegas stadium when the A's supposedly moved to Las Vegas, which is not a completely done deal. And what was weird about it is it looks more like the Sydney Opera House than a baseball stadium. So we'll talk about that weird release, that weird design. Then it's time for Druffytime Theater. We haven't done it in a little while, and I know you guys like hearing about different poker controversies and gambling stories and Las Vegas stories. That's mainly what we do here, but I think it's nice to throw in segments like Druffytime Theater, which is old stories from my life, sometimes even new stories from my life, just stories from my life where you can get to know me better, and also Las Vegas and Mojave Desert history. I like that segment as well, something different that other gambling-related shows don't do. So today we're going to do Druffytime Theater, and yes, we're going to go way back again to 1991, where the hottest girl in the dorms where I lived at the time, I was a college student, the hottest girl in the dorms, at least of the academy, in fact, in the dorms. I know that for certain. But then a bizarre twist occurred in that story that you'll never see coming unless you have already read the story on the forum. So I'll tell you that weird story, and I will also tell you at the beginning of the story the possibilities on how it's going to end, and you can take a guess before I get to what finally happened. And again, unless you've already read it, then you will never guess the way it ended. Randy Garcia and Maurice Hawkins are feuding again. Maurice Hawkins owes money to Randy Garcia. That much is true. We know that for sure. And Randy Garcia is saying that Maurice just is not paying him and is breaking promise after promise. And every so often this blows up, and Randy Garcia calls him out, and Maurice Hawkins sometimes responds. Well, he responded big time. He did a video, and poker.org played it. So I'm going to play you the video of Maurice Hawkins defending himself. I will comment on it, and I will also talk about some possibilities on how Randy Garcia can get paid. I've had a lot of people texting me this story to cover on here, I think because they know what type of show it is. A man claims that he was stung in the testicles while sleeping at the Venetian. Yes, a man was sleeping at the Venetian and claims a scorpion crawled into his bed and stung him in the testicles. I admit that's a good story for this show. This show, it's right up our alley here to talk about something like that. So we'll talk about that. The Founders card, which has long been used by many people to get Caesar's Diamond without having to play, is going through a negative change to where that benefit's going to be gone. In fact, it is gone. The Founders card is no longer a way to get Caesar's Diamond. Do not sign up for it or renew it if that's your goal for that card. I will tell you what happened to me when I tried to get that card a few years ago. I'll tell you about what that card is, and we'll discuss why this might have happened. Was it Founders' decision? Was it Caesar's decision? Was it both? I don't know for sure, but I'll give you my best guess. Speaking of tier status matching, Fontainebleu Las Vegas, which is not doing well, they are back to doing tier matching because they're not doing well. They're trying to get maybe some more people down there. So I will give you some information on their tier matching. I'll tell you some things that are not published anywhere else, even on their own website. So everything you need to know about the Fontainebleu tier matching, I'm going to tell you. And I will also give you a little warning about the tier matching and why you may or may not want to do it, even if you have a high enough card to justify it. So I'll basically give you everything you need to know about the tier matching at Fontainebleu. And you do have some time to get this done, at least till June and maybe after that. WSOP.com may do away with that terrible 888 software they're using. The WSOP software is not written by anyone at Caesars. It is written by 888, 888.com. They basically license out their software to WSOP.com. It is very antiquated. It is terrible. It is just not good software. So that's going to be the end of the software most likely. I will read you a statement that would indicate that's likely happening. What software will they use after that? Well, very likely, in mine and others' opinions, GG Poker. But don't rejoice just yet. The GG Poker software does have some flaws in itself. And I'm not talking about the super users that happened in December, though that's, I guess, a concern too. But there are some other things that have been pointed out to me. If you want to call the show, the phone number is 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355 is the number. You can also call the Mount Charleston line. That is an old 70s rotary phone sitting on top of Mount Charleston. That phone number is 702-430-1808, 702-430-1808. If you want to go to the Poker Fraud Alert Twitter account, which is twitter.com/pokerfraudalert, you can see a picture taken today of Mount Charleston. You can see a distant picture of Mount Charleston. You can see how much snow is still up there here in mid-March. You can text me anytime at the same number as the main number to the show, 775-372-8355. If you text me during the show, I'll probably read it on the air unless you ask me not to, and otherwise I will not read it on the air, but I probably will answer you. If I forget to answer you, don't be offended. It just means that I have forgotten. Otherwise, I try to answer every single text I get. We are not going to do a free roll tonight. We're going to be doing a free roll free show because we had a free roll on the 9th. Hardly anyone played, but we had one. So there's no free roll tonight because it's a continuation of another episode. So don't bother with a free roll. If you want free money to roll in, it's not going to happen, but it will be back the next show we do. For those of you who are fans of Brandon, he is planning to come on tonight, he told me, so I will text him when I'm ready for him, and he'll come on. He won't be on the whole show or anything. He has some things to do in the morning, but he will give us some Las Vegas perspective, as he always does, as a local over in Las Vegas, and he spent some time at Fontainebleu, so that'll definitely be one of the topics we talk about. And as always, we have the chat room, where you can chat during the show. If you're not listening live, don't bother to go into the chat room because nobody will be there. Here's some things being said in the chat room right now. Philosopher said, Druff, YouTube millionaire. He also said, your coverage of the Dwan interviews is the best I've ever found on the internet. Well, thank you. Saw24 said, YouTube runs ads on explicit content. Well, I guess this show qualifies for that sometimes. Satay, I think it's Satay. It's spelled Sate because you can't put any accent on the E. But Satay or Sate said, I guess we're not playing poker tonight. And he also said, congrats, Druff. So thank you. So actually, some people in the chat room. What do you know? I'll be looking at that every so often, but I do check the texts more often. From the 864, I have a question. It seems like my iTunes and podcast notifications have been nuts on your show alone. Like I'm getting 60 new shows available, 72 new shows available. Am I the only one having this issue? I hope so. But if you are listening and you also have the same issue as this guy, please let me know, and we'll see what we can do about that. I don't have control over things like that, but I'll see if there's some cause for this. So that's the info there in the chat room and for the text, and we will just get started here because I got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. Oh, I forgot one other thing. There's the call to listen line. Got to always mention that. That's very simple. You just call up and listen. It has been listened to for millions of minutes since it started about 8 years ago. That phone number is 518-931-1189, 518-931-1189. It's not a way to talk to me. It's a way to listen to me. It does not require a smartphone, a data plan, a computer, the internet, nothing like that, just any phone in the U.S. that can dial. Okay, let's get going. I want to give you a small update on the Tom Dwan situation. If you want to hear the interview he did with Pokernews, he did a 45-minute interview with Pokernews, and you can either go to the Pokernews channel and just listen to the interview between Chad Holloway and Tom Dwan, or you can listen to my commentary on the interview where I play the entire interview and stop it and comment. And that about doubled the length of it. It went from 45 minutes to an hour 33, but you'll find that as a separate show, either on whatever your podcasting app you're using or on YouTube. So that's already up there. We're not going to repeat any of that. You can go back and listen. But I do want to give you some updates on that story that have happened since then. And I also typed out something on the forum that I think would be interesting to read on radio, which can give people a better idea of what's going on. Because some people are still very confused about the whole thing. And I'm not surprised by that because it almost seems like both sides of the Tom Dwan issue are intentionally being confusing. And that's actually bothering me. At first I thought this Peter Jetton guy who is owed money by Tom Dwan is just a victim. I thought this is a guy who got screwed by Tom Dwan and finally couldn't take it anymore and came out and blew him up on the internet, even though they were friends for a long time. That was the impression I got, and to some extent I still believe that's true. But what I've noticed with Peter Jetton is he does not answer direct questions. He'll answer some direct questions, but other ones he just ignores, and not just from me, from everybody. He just will not give you a complete picture of what's going on, which is kind of suspicious. But then Tom Dwan, when he's answered questions, he does not answer directly, and he's very hard to follow and very hard to understand. And he definitely is hiding a lot of things that he doesn't want to say. And you can hear that if you go listen to the interview I commented on. So who's right, who's wrong here? I think Peter's more in the right than Tom, but I find it suspicious that Peter is also not answering some questions directly. Like, we ask for clarification on very simple matters, and he doesn't give it. He just rants about other things. So between all of the non-answering and the contradictions and the unclear stories, it's been very hard to follow the whole thing. And I've had people asking me, what's going on with this? How can we figure out what the real story is here? Well, I can't tell you the real story because I don't have any direct contact with these people, nor was I witness to any of it. But I went through their statements on social media and interviews and stuff like that, and I put together kind of a guide about Tom Dwan's various beefs with people. So I'm going to give you a summary of what's going on with each of them and where it stands today, and then we'll move on to the next topic. So let's start with Tom Dwan versus Peter Jetton. Peter claims that Tom bought a 50% direct piece of him in the 2020 Aussie Millions, but he did so on credit, planning to pay later. So basically, Tom bought half of him for the Aussie Millions, but did not send any money. He said, just find a way to buy in, and I'll pay you back later. Peter then lost at the Aussie Millions, and that left Tom on the hook for his 50% piece, which added up to $246,000. Peter can prove with receipts that he really did enter all of those events and that Tom really does owe him the $246K from that 50% piece. And by the way, I believe that. I don't think there's any doubt about that. In fact, even Tom is not denying that. Now, prior to this, and this is where it gets a little confusing and where I can't get the full story from these guys. Prior to this, presumably in 2019, Tom also directly staked Peter. And this was a deal with makeup. So the way it works is that Tom put up all the money for Peter to enter events, and then if Peter ends up a net winner, then they have a split that's agreed upon, 50-50, 60-40, doesn't really matter, but they have some kind of split that's agreed upon of what Tom gets out of it. Peter has no risk, where if he loses, he doesn't owe the money to Tom. However, he goes into what's called makeup. And for those of you that don't know, makeup means that you keep playing for the person who's backing you. In this case, it would be Tom Dwan. And as long as Tom keeps wanting to put you in, then you're expected to keep playing under Tom Dwan and giving him every dime that you cash in these tournaments until you get out of makeup, meaning you break even on the entire stake. And the only way that you can get out of this whole deal is either if you get above even and then choose to quit at that point, or if the backer decides to let you out of it and just says, I'm sorry, you're not doing well for me, I don't want to stake you anymore, or if you come to some kind of arrangement with the backer where you pay him something or whatever and kind of buy out of the makeup. But the thing is with makeup, though, as long as you're still playing, as long as you haven't violated any of these terms, then you're not expected to owe the money. The risk is all on them. So you don't owe the backer if you're down. So that was the type of deal they had, and that was prior to the Aussie Millions thing. Now, apparently, Peter lost there too. And then Peter bought out of the makeup, which was a lot. I think he was like $1.6 million down because he was playing high-stakes events. Peter gave some amount of money to Tom to buy out of it. He didn't pay the whole makeup off, but he was $1.6 million in makeup and gave some percentage of that, probably a fairly low percentage, which Tom accepted so Peter could then just go play on his own dime. So 7 months later, that's when they did the Aussie Millions deal, where Tom just bought a direct piece of him. There's no makeup. Tom is buying a 50% piece, and if Peter cashes, then Tom gets 50%. If Peter doesn't cash, then the money's just gone. So these were totally separate deals they had, and when Tom was entering the Aussie Millions in 2020, the previous situation with the makeup was already totally completed and they were square. That's according to Peter. Peter trusted that Tom would give him that 50% that he was buying on credit because he was about to see Tom anyway at the Triton in 2020. The Triton is a place where Tom has a number of friends who have a lot of money, including Paul Fua. And he figured that if Tom, for whatever reason, can't or won't pay his 50%, that he can go to Paul Fua or one of Tom's other friends at the Triton who would probably give the money on behalf of Tom. However, COVID hit then, and the Triton 2020 never occurred, and then Tom just wasn't paying the money. Peter says Tom was dodging him for 4 years then after that regarding paying the $246K. He did acknowledge that he owed it, Peter's claiming, and then Tom finally did pay $20K. I'm not sure at what point, bringing the total down to $226K is what he owed. But then he kept making numerous promises that he'll pay next week, next tournament, whatever, and just didn't keep to them. In mid-February 2024, Peter finally posted it to Twitter, as I mentioned on the last show. Right after he posted it, Tom did cough up another $30K, bringing the total down to $196K. And I don't know why this didn't get a lot of publicity, but on March 9th, now just 5 days ago, Tom paid an additional $100K to Peter, bringing the total down to $96K. So posting it in mid-February 2024 did a lot of good for Peter because he got $130K, and now it's down to $96 left. Peter said he's willing to do arbitration about the matter, but only if Tom posts the money first in escrow. Otherwise, he's afraid the arbitration would be a stalling tactic and not much more than that. Now, here's Tom's story. Tom said that he and Peter were friends for a long time, and that a lot of times Peter got into tough financial spots and he bailed him out of there. So he said that he's done nice stuff for Peter before, and Peter is not showing much appreciation here. He said that Peter had a second backer who turned out to be Ike Haxton. At first he was not mentioning him, but eventually it was said on a different interview who it was. So apparently Ike Haxton fronted Tom Dwan's money because he was physically there with Peter when Peter was entering these Aussie Millions events. So it was actually Ike Haxton physically putting up the money so Peter could enter. It's not clear if the other 50% was put up by Ike Haxton. So I don't know if Ike Haxton actually owned a piece of Peter here or if he was just fronting the money for Tom. Doesn't really matter because Ike Haxton didn't screw anyone here. But the thing that's not clear, and neither of them again will answer, is what exactly is Ike's part in it now? Was Ike the one who was never paid back by Tom? Or was it Peter who wasn't paid back because he paid Ike and then Tom therefore owes Peter? This was never made clear, though Ike has not said that he's owed any money. So I am guessing it is something like Peter gave the money to Ike because this wasn't really Ike's risk here, and then said, okay, I'll just collect back from Tom when I can. That's what I'm guessing happened, and they've been waiting for 4 years. Tom mentioned that Peter lost $1.6 million in that other backing deal, the one presumably in 2019, and that there was a buyout at a discount from the makeup, so then Peter could play on his own dime after that and not be part of the stake anymore. And he did acknowledge that reset everything, but he said that he did a big favor to Peter by letting him buy out of the makeup very cheaply that he wouldn't have done for other people. He did it for Peter because Peter was a friend and he thought Peter was broke and needed help. Tom felt that Peter was a jerk by bringing this entire matter to public Twitter. He said that Peter lied about him, but he didn't exactly state what those lies were. He said for that reason he's retroactively revoking the favor of letting Peter buy out of that makeup in 2019 for a discount, and he wants some of that makeup subtracted from the money that he owes Peter. So he was admitting he owes Peter from that Aussie Millions thing, but saying, hey, I did you a favor with that other one where I let you buy out of the makeup really cheap. I'm undoing that favor now because you went on Twitter and said lies about me. So now since I owe you this money, I want to subtract that favor I did back then. And that's presumably what argument he's going to raise in the arbitration. He claims Peter is broke and desperate and trying to use Twitter to squeeze undeserved funds out of him via public pressure. And Tom said that he will only do the arbitration if the 2019 makeup matter is part of it. He also won't post any funds in escrow. However, I have an update on that, where apparently, according to Peter, that now they are going to do arbitration. It's not clear who's going to be the arbitrator. But on March 12th, Peter wrote, Tom has agreed to escrow the money and go to arbitration. Thanks, everyone, for the support. Josh Aryeh asked him, who canceled the staking deal? That's referring to the first one before the Aussie Millions. Peter said, nobody canceled anything. I'm guessing Tom just went broke. Now, that's kind of a weird answer, too, because that's not how these staking deals end. Somebody ends it. So if Tom came to him and said, I'm not going to stake you anymore, then Peter doesn't have to buy out of anything. Then Peter just gets to walk away, because that's how makeup works. If Peter said, hey, Tom, I don't want to play for you anymore because I'm 1.6 million down, and now the first 1.6 million I make in profits, I'm going to have to give to you 100% and not keep any for myself. That's just oppressive. So instead of me just keep on losing for you, how about I buy out here at some discount, which is what he did. Well, that was his option to offer, and Tom accepted. But then that was Peter canceling it. But someone canceled it. So I don't understand what he means by nobody canceled anything. Somebody canceled it. That's why he was not continuing to play under Tom. It wasn't just like Tom disappeared on him because he went broke. Because if he did, then there would be nothing to buy out of. If Tom just stops communicating with him or won't buy him in anymore, then it is fine to walk away and start entering on your own dime. So that's one of the many things that's been said that makes no sense. But the money, I guess, is in escrow, that $96K, and there's going to be some person arbitrating it. So that's where that stands. Now here's the situation with Tom Dwan versus Haralabos Voulgaris. Haralabos claims that in 2010, Haralabos used him as a beard to get action with a sports book or a bookie. Now, a beard is someone who is placing bets for somebody else because the first person does not have the ability to get action anymore because they're considered to be a sharp bettor. Because sports books do not like booking bets for sharp bettors. Now, if you go book a small bet, like $100, they'll book it for anybody. But if you are booking large bets or even medium-sized bets and they think you're a winner, they're just not going to book bets for you. They're going to refuse. So Haralabos is a very high-stakes sports bettor, and it was realized by that point in 2010 that he was very good and that these books did not want his action. So they said, Haralabos, we're not taking your action anymore. You can't bet with us. So what people like Haralabos would do is use beards to bet for them. So they get someone that would be given the action. And Tom Dwan was perfect for this because he was known as a degenerate gambler and nobody would suspect that he was a sharp sports bettor. So he got action and he was really using Haralabos' money on his account and using Haralabos' picks. And what he would get out of it is he would have no risk. And if Haralabos won, Tom Dwan would get 25% of the profits. Well, the bearding was very successful. And according to Haralabos, they won, quote, high seven figures, meaning 1/4 that though is going to go to Tom. However, Tom was apparently doing the same bearding deal with another sports betting group and also using the same sports betting account. Those picks lost pretty badly and mostly drained the winnings in the account. Haralabos didn't know this till it was too late, and when it was time to cash out, Tom gave him the bad news that the account was pretty much busto. It's not clear why the other group didn't cover those losses. Maybe they went busto themselves, but whatever it was, the money was gone. Haralabos' money was basically stolen. Tom admitted this occurred and said he was willing to pay Haralabos back the stolen funds from the account, but never did, according to Haralabos. Haralabos outed the situation on a Joey Ingram podcast in 2016. I remember this. Tom did not act outwardly bitter about this at the time, and in fact, he was fairly friendly to Haralabob on both the discussion shows about Robbie Jade Lou. Remember Joey Ingram had those, and then Haralabob came on there, and Tom Dwan came on there at some point. They were actually on there together, and they were talking to each other just fine, like everything was cool. And also they played together at Hustler Casino Live, and everything was fine. So they weren't like bitter enemies, even though back in 2016, Haralabob had called this out and still had not been paid back. Now, most of it was paid back by that point, but not really voluntarily. Tom owed mid-seven figures to Haralabob. That's what Haralabob claims, for many years. And it was due to this exact matter of losing the money that was in the account that was supposed to be to Haralabob from the betting. And what happened was Haralabob happened to have a mutual friend of Tom's who owed money to Tom. Millions of dollars was owed to Tom, almost the exact amount that was owed to Haralabob from back in 2010. So Haralabob said to this guy, hey, instead of paying Tom, he's owed me this money since 2010, pay me the whole thing. And the friend was like, I don't know about this, I'm not sure if that's ethical, but he talked him into it. So that friend, whoever it was, paid what he owed to Tom directly to Haralabob. This was through some sort of poker staking thing. It was a poker player. It was never identified who it was, but this person paid Haralabob directly once he was convinced that Tom really owed that much money. So that paid off almost the whole debt, but was short $350K still. So $350K was still owed to Haralabob, but it went down from like $5 million or something. So that was a huge payment there to Haralabob through that third party who owed money to Tom. However, Tom refused to pay the remaining $350K. At one point, according to Haralabob, Tom agreed to a payment plan for that $350K, but then ghosted him. And he said that Tom only became angry about the entire situation when Haralabob got tired of chasing him and chose to get involved into the whole Peter matter on Twitter this year. Now, here's Tom's defense. Tom said that Haralabob acted shady throughout the entire bearding deal, and at one point, he demanded that he place the bets pretending to be Tom over the phone. I guess this is a book where you place the bets over the phone. He couldn't just do it online. And instead of Tom making the bets, he claimed Haralabob didn't trust him. And Haralabob said, you know what, I'm just going to call up and say, hey, this is Tom. And Tom said he felt very uncomfortable because the person who was taking the bets on the phone knew him and would recognize it wasn't his voice, and he didn't want to get involved in this whole thing, all this subterfuge. So he was very embarrassed about this. That's what Tom claimed. He acknowledged he did owe Haralabob for what happened back in 2010, so he's not disputing that story. But he is furious that Haralabob force collected the funds through that third party that owed him, because this left him in a bad spot where he owed a bunch of other people, and he had a need for that money. He really believed that money was coming in, and it just got snatched from him entirely by Haralabob, and nothing was left over. So here he thought $5 million or something was coming in, and then he got the bad news that nothing's coming in because Haralabob snatched it. So he was very mad that Haralabob collected in that way. For that reason, he felt like he did not want to pay the $350K. He thought this was dishonest what Haralabob did, that he got a third party involved that had nothing to do with any of this. He didn't want to pay the remaining $350K. He was also very angry that Haralabob announced the entire bearding situation. He said he felt that it'll prevent him from making money in the future at other sports books with the same sort of opportunity, that other books now will suspect that he's a beard going forward. He also claimed that Haralabob threatened to put him in, quote, legal jeopardy over unrelated matters if he didn't pay. I don't know what those matters were, to where Tom was presumably doing something illegal, but apparently that was being held over his head as well, according to Dwan. He also posted publicly on Twitter that Haralabob may have gambled on the NBA when working for the Dallas Mavericks, which is against league policy. And when people called him a snitch and said this was very bad form to post something like this on Twitter, Tom said that he did this because Haralabob posted a lot of his private business, including the bearding. So as far as I know, that's where it still stands. And Haralabob actually messaged me after I posted all this. And I'm not going to tell you what he said because it's a private conversation, but it was interesting. I'll tell you guys that. Finally, Tom Dwan versus Jungle Man. This goes back to 2010, just like Haralabob. Jungle Man had a 2010 heads-up poker match with Tom where they would play a set number of hands on full tilt poker with a bonus for the person who ultimately finished ahead. However, Tom started dodging Jungle Man after he was down to him in this match and just wasn't finishing it off, and then eventually Black Friday occurred in 2011, and that took full tilt down, and then Tom would not complete the match on any other site. So Tom just was never finishing it off. So basically Jungle Man said, well, then you owe me the bonus for finishing ahead because you won't finish this match, and Tom just wasn't paying him off. However, recently Jungle Man said that he believes Tom is not a bad guy and he's been, quote, working tirelessly to pay off his current debts. Tom said that much of this was a misunderstanding and that both he and Jungle Man are just difficult people who had difficult times dealing with each other. But he did say Jungle Man's been, quote, 100 times better than Peter and Haralabob in how he dealt with this whole situation. Viffer, who is a high-stakes player in the 2000s and 2010s, he pointed out to me on Twitter that he felt the reason Jungle Man is acting so positive towards Dwan despite their issue is because Jungle Man made $1.4 million off Dwan in that whole match, and the most he could have possibly made in the whole match was $1.5 million based upon the bonus that he would get plus the maximum one can lose. Because once you hit that maximum, the match is over anyway. So he was saying that in the very best case scenario in that match, even if Tom paid up instantly, the most Jungle Man would have made would have been $1.5 million. And here Jungle Man got $1.4 million in his hands and then didn't even have to complete the match, which was only about half over. So it would have been possible that Tom could have come back and beaten him. Who knows what could have happened. So he's saying that even though Dwan didn't pay technically what was owed by what went down with the whole thing, that Jungle Man made out very well in the whole thing with when it ended, so that this might be why he's been so patient and not that mad at Tom about the whole thing. So that's an interesting take. So anyway, that's where everything stands right now. Hopefully you understand now these various beefs involving Tom Dwan. He also won a tournament. He won a tournament since we were last talking for $346,000 at the Triton. This is event number 10, and I believe it's a $50K entry event. He finished in 4th. And ACR promoted it. Remember, he's a new ACR pro. They tweeted on March 13th, Tom Dwan takes 4th place for $346K in the High Stakes Adventure South Korea event number 10, No Limit Hold'em Turbo, 50K Bounty Quattro. And I simply responded back to that tweet by saying, who's going to say it? I mean, like, the response is obvious, right? There's all this controversy about Dwan owing money all over the place. He wins $346K, which somebody pointed out is very close to what he owes, like, total here. And yeah, it kind of is. So it's just so obvious what the response should be there. Okay, well, pay back Haralabob. Pay back Peter. What a mess. Peter seemed kind of defensive in his tweets when people were accusing him of being broke and being a losing player, because if you think about this whole story, it's a little bit embarrassing to Peter because it's about him getting clobbered in 2 different instances. The 2019 beatdown at the Triton for about $1.6 million, and then losing 400-something K at the Aussie Millions. And now he's not really playing anymore, Peter. So people are asking, hey, do you do anything else but lose? Did you go busto? Is that what happened? Tom's saying you've gone busto, and these stories are about you losing, which you admit are about you losing. So, when have you been winning since then? And he was claiming that he had won a bunch of money before that, and he's doing fine, and he just quit poker to go play other things. So I do think that Peter was on a huge downswing and quit poker. That's what I think happened. And I think that's especially why he wants this money, because it is owed to him, and Tom wasn't paying up, and he got tired of it. So I do think that Tom should pay, and I don't buy this whole thing of, I did you a favor and let you out of the makeup early, so since I did you a favor and you got out for so cheap from all that makeup, then you should knock off what I owe you here. They're two separate transactions. So if Tom said, I'm buying 50% of you, and then Peter lost, then Tom has to pay the 50% of those buy-ins that he claimed he bought. There's no way around that. You can't go retroactively take money back from 2019 because you made a deal you felt was too favorable to Peter because you liked him back then. I mean, people can say that about anyone that they dealt with in the past and did a favor to, and now they don't like anymore. It's one thing if someone owes you money from the past and never paid. But it's another thing to say, oh, well, I did such and such favors for you 5 years ago. So, yeah, even though you owe me money since then, I'm taking back those favors, so I'm subtracting that. You can't do that to people. You have to just go by the strict amount you owe, pay that, and if you want to be done with them at that point, not do them any favors and not talk to them anymore, not be their friend, that's fine. But you can't go take favors back years later. Doesn't work that way. I can kind of see Tom's point in this whole thing because it kind of looks to me that Peter's a degenerate. Peter plays over his role. Peter keeps going busto, and he keeps helping him over and over again because they were friends and he was being a nice guy. And then the shoe's pretty much on the other foot where Tom buys half of Peter on credit. Peter loses again, and then Tom is kind of busto and can't really pay him. And then Peter says, hey, where's my money? And then 4 years pass, and then Peter humiliates him on Twitter over it. But, it's been 4 years at the point. You said you're buying half of him, and you knew he was broke or close to broke, so you can't agree to buy half of someone and then not pay that half. You can't do that to someone. Even if you were in bad shape at that point, then you've got to make it a priority to start paying the person. But he wasn't. So you can't look at it like, well, look, I did so many favors for him, just cut me a break on this one. He did cut a break. He cut a break for 4 years. And finally he got tired of it. I don't blame him. So it does look like this is getting him paid because $130K got paid and the other 96 is going to arbitration. And I think Peter's going to win the arbitration. So once again, the moral of the story is that if you call out scammers publicly, they usually pay you. All right, so let's move on to talk about a different subject. You guys know how to pronounce my name because I say it at the beginning of every show. Todd Wittelis. My nickname in poker is Dan Druff. But you wouldn't call me Whittles if you listen to this show, even though my name kind of looks like Whittles if you just read it and you've never heard it said before, because you hear me saying it. And at that point, it probably becomes natural to call me Wittelis. But what I kind of take for granted is that some people never hear my name being said. So while I read it as Wittelis, they read it as Whittles. And if they don't ever hear it out loud, then they think it really is Whittles. So this occurred actually with Pokernews, because they have a new show, and I actually got brought up on their new show. So I'm going to play you a little segment, and this is actually when they were talking about Maurice Hawkins, and we're going to talk about that later in the show tonight. But don't worry about that stuff. Just listen to the discussion of my name. And the people that you're going to hear are the three hosts of the show, and it's the new show. This is their first episode. The three hosts are Chad Holloway, who's a longtime employee of Pokernews, Kina England, and Mike Holtz. So let's listen to who knew how to pronounce my name and who did not.
Ago where he cashed a tournament in the South, and I think it was Veronica Brills or Todd Wittelis' lawyer, tried to swoop in, file whatever injunctive relief, that whatever the court paperwork
What is Todd's last name?
Wittelis.
I thought it was Whittles.
I say Whittles too.
I said Whittles' his face, I think. I thought he was Todd Whittles.
I mean, maybe I could be wrong.
No, Wittelis is gangster. No, keep going.
I mean, I should ask him. I've known him a long time, but
Whittles is more fitting though, because he whittles away at the store.
Yeah. All right. Todd Whittles Wittelis. That's what it'll be his nickname now. Good to go.
But they tried
God.
They tried to go in and file this paperwork with the casino to seize that prize money. Unfortunately, they were too late because Posthole had already cashed out.
Okay, so that's the segment I wanted you to hear. So Chad Holloway got it right. He said Witellus, and then he was kind of made to doubt himself because Mike Holtz said it was Whittles. And by the way, he was on this show. We had him on here when he was banned from WSOP.com and from Caesars Properties over something he didn't do. And then he was having a very hard time getting unbanned, and they were really, really treating him poorly, even though he was the leaderboard king at the time. He was likely to be the player of the year, and embarrassingly, they not only had him banned, but even once he got unbanned from WSOP.com and they admitted he did nothing wrong, they were not helping him get unbanned from Caesars physical properties, even though he had been banned for that reason. It was terrible. A terrible treatment of him. Anyway, we had him on the show about that, but apparently he didn't know my last name. I thought it was Whittles all this time. And then kind of England, I don't blame her because she's probably only read my name. So, okay, I'll give kind of a pass on this one because she probably just saw my name on Twitter and in print and probably never heard it said. So, all right. But yeah, they were pretty convinced it was Whittles. And it made me wonder how many people in the poker world think my name is Todd Whittles. Really? People read it, and unless they heard it said, most of them don't pronounce it right. Sometimes people will get it right without me telling them or without hearing it. But usually I'll get Whittles or some form of Whittles. Whitleys, Witless. I don't like Witless. That's the worst one. Whittles is the most common. But it is Witellus. And Chad Holloway got it right. But he said, I had to ask him. I've known him a long time. Even they made him doubt it. So I tweeted to them that Chad was correct. And he said, oh, yeah, I thought that. I was going to ask you about that. Anyway, this is actually a video show. I believe the old Pokernews show was audio only, like our show. But this is a video Pokernews show. You can find it on the YouTube Pokernews channel. And those are the three hosts. Chad Holloway, Kinda England, and Mike Holtz. Chad Holloway does a very good job with poker journalism. That's why he seems to be at the center of reporting a lot of these stories that we talk about. And he tends to be very fair and tries not to softball anything. I've heard allegations, he softballed the Tom Dwan interview. I don't agree. And you can't be too aggressive sometimes in these interviews or you just won't get them. You won't have the people doing interviews with you, or if you get the reputation that you're an asshole to the people you're interviewing or you're overly critical, then they're just not going to talk to you. So there's a fine line. There's a balancing act. But I think he does it well, and he definitely covers a wide breadth of topics that many other forms of poker media won't, even within Pokernews. So he is good at covering a lot of the topics that people want to hear. He's good at getting interviews with people. And that's one thing I don't do very often. I don't get that many interviews here. I don't even try. I probably should try more often. But he gets a lot of interviews. So while we cover more topics on here, as far as like a lot of obscure topics and other things that just nobody will cover, he does a very good job with getting people to talk, getting interviews, covering a lot of stories people care about. So anyway, he's doing this now video podcast. And Kinda and Mike, I haven't seen doing anything like this before. I haven't seen them on any podcasts before. But they're now part of it too. And, I have no problem with either of them. I get along with both of them. So good luck to them with that. Now they know how to say my name. No more excuse. Okay, so moving on. Kind of a weird story about an arrest and a murder. And I was actually in Vegas when this happened, and I remembered it. But the details of what was going on have just come out recently. Reminds me a little bit of the story of the head of the public administrator's office killing a journalist, So this story isn't quite as big as that, but it is still interesting. A former wrestler and Nevada congressional candidate was arrested for committing murder at Resorts World in October 2023. And when I say a former congressional candidate, I don't mean a fringe candidate who got like 1% of the vote. I mean like a real candidate who had a real shot at winning and only lost by 3%. So this candidate, his name is Daniel Rodimer, Rodimer, and this involved a murder that occurred at Resorts World on October 29th, 2023. I was in Las Vegas on that day. I remember all the pandemonium with a lot of emergency vehicles going to Resorts World. I remember hearing that somebody died at Resorts World. However, I had heard it was some kind of accident, so I kind of put it out of my head. But I remember this whole thing about someone dying at Resorts World in late October. And then I kind of stopped thinking about it. But I was there, and I heard all the emergency vehicles and all that. I wasn't at Resorts World, but I did hear all the emergency vehicles approaching Resorts World, and I heard about the whole thing that happened there. So this is on October 29th, and up until recently, there was really no public discussion about what happened on October 29th. Well, it turned out it was a murder, not an accident. The victim was named Christopher Tapp, and he had a physical fight with Daniel Rodimer on October 29th in a Resorts World room, and it was at a party. The paramedics showed up. He had multiple brain injuries and died at the hospital. Daniel Rodimer ran for Congress in the 3rd Congressional District of Nevada in 2020. The 3rd Congressional District of Nevada is a weirdly gerrymandered district which cuts through the greater Las Vegas area. So most of Las Vegas is not part of it, but some of it is. So the western and southwestern portion of the greater Las Vegas area is part of this 3rd district, including Henderson. It also encompasses most of the small towns in southern Clark County, such as Laughlin, Searchlight, Jean, Prim, and Boulder City. It does not include Pahrump, however. So that's the 3rd district. Daniel Rodimer was a Republican and ran against Democrat Susan Lee. The district is rated D+1, which means that it's almost exactly even with Republicans and Democrats, but Democrats do have a slight edge as far as likely voters over there. So if you had 2 completely average quality candidates in this 3rd district of Nevada, the projection would be that the Democrat would win by 1%, something like 50.5 to 49.5%. So that's what D+1 means. So it's a slight edge to the Democrats there, but it's very much a purple toss-up district. Rodimer ended up losing by 3 points. He got 45.8% of the vote, and Susan Lee got 48.8%, so he did not end up becoming a congressman. But it was fairly close, 3 points. Not really, really close, but just semi-close. CNN also accused Rodimer of putting on a fake Texas accent when he attempted to run for Congress in Texas after losing in Nevada. See, what happened was a congressman in Texas named Ron Wright died of COVID in May of 2021. Ron Wright was 67 and already had cancer, so he was really exactly the type of person you'd expect would die from COVID, and did. So technically the cause of death was COVID, but he was not going to live too much longer anyway because he had advanced cancer at that point. Anyway, they had to replace Ron Wright and had a special election. So Rodimer rushed over there. Of course, this is after he had lost his Nevada congressional election. He rushed over there and got himself on the ballot. However, he was not even close in that one. He finished in 11th place in that crowded field. The problem was he wasn't known in the area, and Ron Wright's widow was endorsed by Trump. And she got the most in the initial election there, but not enough to win. Then it went to a runoff, and then she lost the runoff to a guy named Jake Elzy, who had actually lost to Ron Wright in 2018 in the primary. So Jake Elzy then won the seat in that special election in 2021. I don't know who's the congressperson in that seat right now. It doesn't really matter. But let me play you the little report on Daniel Rodemer from CNN back in 2021. You can hear the Texas accent and tell me if you think it's fake.
This is the same man, Dan Rodemer, as a congressional candidate last year in Nevada.
I'm just a small businessman, a family man, living in the suburbs.
And Dan Rodemer now as a candidate for a U.S. House seat in Texas.
Texas, send Big Dan to Congress. I know how to handle Nancy Pelosi and stop her bull.
The transformation is impossible to overlook. Gone is the suburban family guy.
Sometimes it's easy to lose track of what's really important. And for me, it's family.
Rodemer is now pitching himself as a bull rider and cowboy hat wearer who speaks with a southern drawl.
Now that's Texas tough, baby.
In an interview with CNN today, Rodemer pushed back.
In regards to my voice, well, as you can hear right now, it's gone. It's been gone for the past 3 weeks. And, between the two videos that they put back to back, if you look at them, they were selectively edited.
I actually have to agree with him here. So this is in 2021, and CNN confronted him and said, why are you putting on a fake Texas accent because you're running in Texas? Well, I didn't hear a Texas accent there. I just heard a guy with a raspy-sounding voice. I heard his voice sound clearer in the ads for the Nevada congressional seat, where you're trying to be like the nice suburban family man. And then when he did have on the whole cowboy getup and showed himself falling off of a bull and he put on like kind of a Texas look. He definitely had a different image, but the voice just sounded like the same voice but raspy, like he had a cold or he burned out his voice from screaming, something like that. So that's what he's saying here. If you notice, I haven't had a voice for 3 weeks, he said. So that's what it sounds like. Before I even heard his explanation, I'm thinking, I don't hear a fake accent. I just hear like his voice is just kind of raspy now, like it's kind of gone. So that was kind of crappy of CNN to put that sensational headline out about the fake Texas accent when in reality it was just his voice had gone out. He definitely changed the image, but the voice wasn't intentional. Let's go on.
If you watch the whole thing, you're going to hear my voice. It's just like it is right now.
Rodemer lost his Nevada race last November and has now picked up and moved his family over 1,000 miles to the Dallas area.
I moved my family of 7 back to Texas because I wanted to raise my kids in a constitutional-friendly state.
Rodemer is one of the more than 20 candidates running in the May special election to fill the seat of Congressman Ron Wright, who passed away after being diagnosed with COVID. Wright's widow, Susan, is also running for the seat. Rodemer's new persona is being panned by some as phony, including by one of his Democratic opponents, who suggested he may have even used a body double to ride the bull in his campaign video.
Let's go, boys!
The ad never shows the rider's face, and the boots and vest appear slightly different than what Rodemer is wearing in the video. Even some Republicans in Congress are calling him out. Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz tweeting, "Fake Texan makes fake video of fake bull ride. We already have enough phonies in Congress. Texas shouldn't import this congressman. Big Dan is all hat, no cattle." Today, for the first time, Rodemer admitted to CNN that the campaign did use a body double for parts of the bull ride.
Did I ride a bull? Yes. I actually stayed on for 11 seconds. We didn't get the full filming of it, and we had other people jump in to be body doubles.
Rodemer is originally from New Jersey, but according to his campaign website, he once lived in Houston, where he worked as a home builder.
So much determination on the face of Dan Rodman.
Before running for office, he was a professional wrestler. This is not the first time Rodemer has stirred controversy.
I have no convictions and no criminal record.
During his 2020 campaign, the father of 6 faced questions of past physical assault allegations.
I had one arrest in my life while in college. Those charges were dismissed.
His now wife also releasing a campaign ad explaining 911 calls she made against him in 2018, alleging he stole money, jewelry, and guns from her.
What happened between Dan and I was a verbal argument, plain and simple. Dan has never laid a hand on me, not then or ever.
And in our interview...
Can you believe these campaign ads? I've never seen anything like this. Have you ever seen a single congressman ever running ads where his wife's coming on and saying that he didn't beat her? Like, what kind of ad is that? Elect me to Congress. I've never beaten my wife. Here, my wife will tell you. Dan has never laid a hand on me. I can guarantee you that. Oh, my God. That's insane. So you have one ad where he's sitting here with his family talking about how he has never been convicted of anything and he was arrested once in college and the charges were dropped. And then the other ad is his wife bragging about how he's never beaten her. And it was just some kind of verbal altercation they had. I mean, come on. It's one thing to make a statement about this, but to actually run campaign ads addressing whether you beat your wife and whether you've been arrested is just so weird. I've never seen that before.
Today, Rodheimer denied all these allegations, both the physical allegations from the years 2010 to 2013, as well as those 911 calls, those allegations made on those calls by his wife. This special election day for this special election, Aaron, is on May 1st.
Okay, so that was the CNN report. I don't know if his name is Rodheimer or Rodheimer. Who knows? CNN called him Rodheimer. I'm just going to call him Rodheimer. I don't care. Here is a report from a blog called Red State. It said the homicide took place at Resorts World on October 29th, 2023, where 47-year-old Christopher Tapp was found suffering from injuries that were initially purported to be caused by an accident. Tapp was taken to a hospital where he succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced dead. Tapp's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, and the coroner ruled the death a homicide. New details have emerged regarding the suspected motive and other damning details of that fatal night. The criminal complaint alleges that Rodheimer and his stepdaughter were guests at the hotel suite, which was hosted by an F1 driver and attended by multiple, quote, Instagram influencers. Now that's interesting. So this is October 29th. Keep in mind the F1 race was weeks later, but I guess an F1 driver was already there in Vegas for something related to the F1 race. So he was hosting some kind of big party there and invited some Instagram influencers and various other people. And I guess somehow Rodheimer got an invite and he brought his stepdaughter with him and his wife. It is alleged that Rodheimer became upset with Christopher Tapp after he offered cocaine to Rodheimer's stepdaughter. Witnesses report several individuals using cocaine during the Halloween party. According to court documents, there was a designated, quote, fun room at the suite party where lines of cocaine were arranged alongside a $100 bill. A witness stated that specific rules were enforced, including a prohibition on Rodheimer's stepdaughter from consuming cocaine. Later that evening, a witness informed the police that the suspect entered the, quote, fun room located within a suite bathroom shortly after Tapp had entered to snort cocaine. That's nice. So this party, hosted by an F1 driver, had a bathroom in the suite. They probably had two bathrooms, one for the regular bathroom for people to use, and the other one is a fun room where you can snort cocaine. The fun room was a bathroom. So anyway, apparently Rodheimer entered the fun room after Tapp had gone in there to snort cocaine, Tapp being the one who was murdered. Reportedly, Rodheimer confronted him, stating, if you give my daughter any of that shit, I will fucking kill you. Another woman at the party intervened, attempting to de-escalate the situation by escorting Rodheimer out of the room, leaving Tapp alone inside. Rodheimer was described as wearing a large fur jacket without a shirt, portraying a Ken costume. So I guess he was Ken, like from Ken and Barbie. One witness reported observing a, quote, angry Ken tear off his jacket and dash into the fun room containing the cocaine. Oh, my gosh. Angry Ken tore off his jacket and ran into the fun room. Another witness reportedly alerted the party's host, the F1 driver, about the brewing conflict and advised him to intervene, saying he better go stop Dan because he was going to fight Christopher. Now keep in mind, before I go on, that Dan Rodemer, not only is he a former wrestler, but he's like 6'7" and 300 pounds. This is a very big guy. So this is going to be a tough guy to fight. And I guess this person there was worried that Dan was about to attack this Christopher Tapp guy, and that this Christopher Tapp was going to get his ass kicked, and it wasn't going to be pretty. Because Dan was angry that this guy Tapp had apparently given cocaine to Dan's stepdaughter, even though he made everyone promise that's not going to happen. The witness who initially witnessed Rodemer rush into the bathroom stated she observed Rodemer knock down Tapp, causing him to hit his head against a table. She informed the authorities that Rodemer proceeded to strike Tapp repeatedly on his head and body. She mentioned that Tapp did not fight back, prompting her to leave due to the distressing nature of the altercation she described as, quote, disgusting. While departing through the lobby of the resort, she claimed to have seen Tapp being transported by paramedics. He was admitted to Sunrise Hospital, where he remained until his passing a week later. Another witness recounted hearing, quote, two loud banging noises emanating from the bathroom during the altercation. Initially, Tapp's demise was believed to be accidental in nature and related to an overdose or fall. After the incident occurred on October 29th, medical professionals pronounced Tapp dead at Sunrise Hospital on November 5th. His autopsy revealed evidence of blunt head trauma resulting in multiple brain bleeds and recent cocaine use. The Clark County Coroner's Office ruled the matter of death a homicide. Investigators additionally acquired text exchanges between Rodemer and his wife, Sarah Rodemer. I don't know if that's the same one who he didn't beat, but in one message, Sarah wrote, "I watched you nearly murder somebody, and I had to take your fucking hands off from his neck as he laid there, and you ran away, and I spent the next 2 hours trying to take care of him. Nobody should have to watch their husband murder somebody." She also apparently texted him, "I saw you commit murder. Let that sink in, you psychopath." Another message said, "I guess you can't pay anything if you're in prison," related to child support because she was divorcing him. "I'm doing zero visitation. You're a monster." And apparently Rodemer originally got to know Tapp through classic cars and racing. So yeah, looks like this was about his stepdaughter being given cocaine after it was promised she wouldn't be given the cocaine. And he flipped out and attacked the guy who gave it to her. I can easily picture this. So you have this guy who's 6'7" and 300 pounds and a former wrestler, and everybody's scared of him. He knows everybody's scared of him. He knows this is a really big guy, and he walks around and knows that nobody wants to start shit with him. Everybody's afraid of him. So he's at this party. He knows the cocaine's there, and he doesn't want to see it given to his stepdaughter, which is fine. It's fine to have concern for his stepdaughter and to inform everyone that he expects they don't give it to her. So he probably went around and really tried to put the fear of God into these people, saying, "If you give cocaine to my stepdaughter, you're going to really get it from me." Like he must have really aggressively told everybody there that they're absolutely not to give this to his stepdaughter, and everybody probably agreed. So I'm guessing this Christopher Tapp guy, maybe because he was high on the cocaine, or maybe he had forgotten because he was high, I don't know, but he had to know he was warned not to do it, but maybe he just wasn't in a state where he was thinking about that at the moment. So then Rodemer's stepdaughter went in there into the fun room and said, "You want some?" And he gave it to her and she sniffed it, and then Rodemer found out about this or saw it, and then he rushed in there and started attacking him, and you can see what happened from there. So this wasn't an intentional murder. This was definitely like a manslaughter, in my opinion. Now, the problem is he might be charged with murder anyway because he hit him first, and then Tapp went flying back and hit his head on something. So that's definitely manslaughter because he was just trying to hit the guy, and then the guy fell back and hit his head. But then apparently instead of just walking away or trying to give him any help, he continued hitting him and choking him while the guy's just sitting there after having hit his head and isn't trying to fight back, and he's just continuing to beat this guy. I think he was just completely in a rage. And who knows, he may have been doing roids. And this might be kind of a roid rage too. So he just felt enraged and felt like he's just going to beat up who doesn't listen to him. He probably felt justified to beat the guy up for giving the cocaine to his stepdaughter after being warned not to, and didn't think about the fact that he might be killing him. Anyway, he has turned himself in. He is going to be convicted of something, I'm pretty sure. If he's smart, he'll hire Chesnoff and Schoenfeld. They have the best chance of getting you off or giving you a very light sentence somehow, but I can't imagine he's going to get off clean on this one. He does have a bit of an alibi here, because he can say that he made it very clear that he didn't want these people giving cocaine to his stepdaughter, and then the guy does it anyway, and he just kind of lost it. So he can at least give an explanation that he was just doing his fatherly, or I guess in this case, stepfatherly duty, and trying to protect his stepdaughter from being given these drugs, and that he was just enraged when he saw what this guy did. But of course that doesn't allow you to attack the person and do what he did to him. The stepdaughter was probably at most early 20s. His wife just had their 6th kid in 2019, so she couldn't be that old. Otherwise, she couldn't have had that kid in 2019. So I have to imagine that this stepdaughter, which was one of her kids, couldn't be more than 21, 22, something around that. Now, you do have the text from his wife that she saw him murder someone, and that she had to pull his hands off the guy's neck as the guy just laid there. And then instead of trying to help, he just ran off at that point. So that makes it look very bad. Anyway, I guess the moral of the story is, don't take your stepdaughter to a cocaine party. If you got a stepdaughter, leave her at home when you're going to the Halloween cocaine party in Las Vegas in Resorts World. Let's go yourself. Then it's up to you if you want to do the cocaine or not. You can go in the fun room. You can stay out of the fun room. You can go into the fun room to piss if someone's in the other bathroom and it's taking a while and you got to go really badly. You can just piss next to those who are snorting lines of cocaine next to you. I'm sure it's a very nice scene. Or you can snort cocaine while pissing, I guess. These are all options, but don't bring your stepdaughter there because you might have some guy giving her cocaine. Whether it's just someone trying to share the drugs or he's trying to make a move and thinks this is kind of a good way to get the girl's attention. The guy really does seem like a phony to me. The whole thing of going to Texas and pretending to be a bull rider and acting like he moved back to Texas as if he's from there when in reality he just lived there a short time, and reinventing himself from family man to bull rider, and back in Nevada running these weird ads that he doesn't beat his wife. I just still can't believe that. It's just such a weird campaign ad. Can you imagine what people were thinking, the ones who were asked to produce this thing? He's like, yeah, I want you to produce a campaign ad. I want my wife to say that I don't beat her. Let's not be the subject of the ad. Sir, wouldn't you be better off just making a statement to the media? But no, I want an ad about this. I want an ad. The theme is, I don't beat my wife. Vote for Dan Rodemer. I don't beat my wife. Okay, whatever you say. Here is the ad, by the way. This is on the Dan Rodemer for Congress channel on YouTube.
I'm Sarah Rodeheimer, Dan Rodeheimer's wife. I'm the voice you hear in the call center recordings. What happened between Dan and I was a verbal argument, plain and simple. Dan has never laid a hand on me, not then or ever. Since then, we've gotten married, we have 5 children we're raising, and 1 on the way. I'm disgusted that Susie Lee is exploiting our family. I knew politics was dirty, but I never knew they'd stoop this low.
Oh, boy.
3 dirtiest jobs in the world: professional wrestling, politician, and bull riding.
These are actually funny. Not intentionally, but they're funny. Hey, let's listen to Donald Trump at a rally with him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nevada's Republican congressional candidate, Big Dan Rotheimer.
Hey, Jimmy, I got a question for everybody out here.
What's that, Dan?
Who here wants to take back the house?
Where is he? Dan Rotheimer. Dan Rotheimer. Dan Rotheimer. And we're with you all the way, Dan.
That sounds like Superman. It seemed, you can't see this, but it looked like two separate clips going on. It looked like he was holding his own rally, his own small rally, and then he had a clip of Trump mentioning him, and he was acting as if they were together. Now, what about the wrestling thing? Was he really a WWE wrestler? Well, not really. So apparently, he wrestled 3 matches on a program called Heat. It said Rotheimer made his debut on Heat. He then returned to OVW. He appeared on Heat twice more that year. He was transferred to the New Florida Championship Wrestling territory. However, he was released from his contract in 2007. So he was never actually in the WWE, but he was on the WWE program called Heat, and he was cut completely from his contract in 2007. So he hasn't been a wrestler for a while. It's been 17 years. He is in his mid-40s now. He kind of did look like he's still on roids from seeing the pictures of him. When you have a guy who's over 40 who still has bulging muscles, a lot of times that's from roids, because that's hard to build or maintain at that age. Once you pass 40, it is much harder to keep the bulging muscles. And in fact, that's what causes a lot of regular guys to do roids at that age, because they go to the gym and they aren't getting the results that they used to when they were younger. And they're frustrated. They put all this work in, and they're not very muscular. And they say, hey, I did this 10 years ago, and I got very good results. As long as I was routinely working out, I was very muscular. Now I'm doing it, and it's just not doing very much for me. And that's because your body changes, and after 40, it becomes much more difficult to build muscle. So if you do roids, then you can build the muscle. So if you see guys over 40 who look very muscular, especially if it comes on very quickly, then it's usually roids. So maybe that played into this here, where this was a form of roid rage, as I mentioned earlier. Pretty weird that Nevada has had 2 murders, both by people who were fairly prominent in the political arena. One was the head of the public administrator's office in Clark County, who actually murdered because of reporting on him and what was going on in that office. And then this one was unrelated to politics or the job, but you had a guy who was a major congressional candidate that came 3 points away from being a congressman. If he had run in a more Republican district, then he would have been the winner. I don't mean like a heavily Republican district. Like if he ran in a Republican district that the Republican candidate would typically win by 3.5 points, he would have won. Even when the wins typically by 3 points, because he ran in a district that typically the Democrat will win by 1 point, and he lost by 3 points. So he underperformed by 2 points, but it shows you that if it was just a few more points the other way with the typical voter in the district, he would have won. So he came that close to being a congressman. I don't know what made him choose that particular congressional district. It wasn't that easy to win. But, you know, he came within striking distance. So that's an interesting story. I didn't even know that was a murder. I thought that was an accident all this time. Apparently they interviewed people all the way in December about this. They were believing for a long time that this was an accident. but a witness was interviewed on December 11th who had said that he had been in an altercation with another individual, he meaning the victim. So it took some time for them to decide that this was not just an accidental fall. I think for a while they were probably assuming that he just fell because he was really high on cocaine. I'm surprised that this wasn't reported immediately, given how many people witnessed what Rodemer had done. Why were people reporting this as a fall? That's kind of weird, too. That never really got an answer. Bobby Orr said in chat the fact that Rodemer said what he would do if someone gave the girl cocaine can make it look premeditated. I mean, he can claim in response that I'll fucking kill you wasn't literal. He just meant I'm going to beat you up if you give cocaine to my stepdaughter. But yeah, I guess that can be used against him because he said that and then he did kill somebody. Multiple guests have claimed that their rooms have been burglarized at the Rio Las Vegas. And keep in mind, this is the new Rio, not the Rio that was a Caesars property. The Rio was bought by an independent operator. It is now running with its own casino rewards program, with its own owner who doesn't own any casinos currently. It's an owner called Dreamscape. And they also renovated it, and apparently the rooms in the Rio are much nicer now. That's the good news. The bad news is it's still the Rio. It still has the rep of the Rio, which hasn't been good for many years. And it still does not have a good location. It's still off strip, and there's no way that can be changed no matter how much they renovate it. So I thought this was a dumb idea in the first place. But they've gone through with it, and Rio is trying to be kind of a high-end destination. I just don't think it's going to be successful. Well, now they have even a bigger strike against them because several guests that have been staying at the Rio have claimed that their room has been broken into while they slept and stuff was stolen there while they were in the room. Mindy Smith stayed at the property in February 2024. She said, the feeling of being violated while we were sleeping is still kind of haunting me. Apparently, $6,000 worth of stuff was stolen from the room while they were in there sleeping. The thieves stole their phones, their debit cards, their credit cards, and $1,400 worth of cash. She said, we were literally 3 feet away from them, and yet she and her husband did not wake up. They must be heavy sleepers. Thomas Wiesend was also a victim at the Rio. He said, we came here to have an amazing epic time and we were pretty much stranded in our hotel room. He claimed that while he was sleeping, someone came in and stole $10,000 from him. He said it definitely seemed strange. There were 3 different victims who reported recent thefts that occurred while they were sleeping at the Rio. And Rio security told them that there's no leads because there are no video cameras in the hallways to capture entries into the rooms. Mandy Smith, the first victim I was telling you about, or Mindy Smith, not Mandy, she said, they said you must have left your door open, but we travel a lot, we don't leave our door open. And what they mean by open, they don't mean wide open, they mean that she didn't close it all the way. And since there's been 3 of them, the question is, does somebody have access to get into the rooms in some way? Do they have some way to defeat the locks? Do they have some kind of key that gets into them? And is it possibly a case where there's some burglary team that just pushes every door to see which ones aren't completely closed? Now, these victims do not claim that they latched the door. They said they believe they closed the door all the way, but they don't claim they latched the door. I'm guessing, unless the Rio is lying, that there probably was not a key used to access it, because that would be a different story. Because what they can do is they can pull the records from the locks in these rooms and see which keys are used to get in. And if it were keys, then they would be able to look and see whose key it was. Was it a maid's key? Was it some other staffer's key? Was it just some key that was made without authorization? They would have some info there. But if it's just someone comes down and says, someone got into my room and was stealing stuff, and then they look and they don't see any entries on the lock, then that's where they say, well, you must have left the door open. So there's some possibilities here. The Rio could have faulty doors that just don't close well, where a certain percentage of people are going to have the door left open without realizing it. So maybe it's one of these things where the lock doesn't click very well and can be pushed open. And maybe one of the thieves even stayed there and realized it and said, hey, we'll come back later and just start pushing the doors late at night and see if we can get in. So that may have been the way this was discovered. It could also be that the thieves have found some way to defeat the lock without having to use an actual key. And I guess it could still be that they got some kind of key from a staff member. Maybe they stole from a maid or whatever that was never invalidated. Maybe it's an inside job. I'm actually guessing that they found a way to push these doors open, that the doors are just not closing very well. I actually have had lock problems at the Rio before. Now, I don't know if these locks have been replaced since Dreamscape took it over. But one of the summers I was there for the World Series of Poker, I get there and the door just is not closing well. It's not latching well. It's not clicking. So when I close it, it's just not completely closing to where someone could push it open. So I complained about this, and it took a very long time for a maintenance man to get up there, and then he had a very hard time fixing it. And every time he thought he had it fixed, it wasn't actually fixed. So this took forever. But I actually waited till I was convinced that this door worked properly. But I'm wondering if they're still using some of these old locks, even though they renovated the room, and maybe some of these have problems, and maybe someone knows that. This could even be a tip from one of the maids, or a tip from someone else that works there that knows these locks are not closing very well, and that it's just a numbers game. With all the people staying there, you just walk the floors late at night and push, and the ones that open you get into, the ones that don't open, okay, you move on. Because no one's going to be that alarmed if someone pushes on their door for a second. In fact, most people won't even know this, especially like at 3 a.m. Most people will be sleeping. The few that aren't sleeping will just feel like a push against the door that doesn't really mean anything. And then even if you push a door open, if someone's awake, you can even make an excuse. Say, sorry. I thought this was my room. Oh, wow, okay, your door just kind of pushed open. I totally thought it was my room. Sorry about that. And people just shrug their shoulders, and that'll be that. It's also possible that they listen before they push the door open, and if they hear talking, they don't do it. Because all 3 of the people who had this occur, they were sleeping. So number 1, it was probably at a time most people are sleeping. And number 2, they probably made sure there was no noise in the room by putting the ear to the door. So they must have some sort of thing they're doing there. And I have a feeling that's what's been happening. The Rio released a statement. We can confirm there was an incident at the resort, but the details are still being investigated. The safety and security of our guests remain the resort's top priority. We have no further comment at this time. Now, under Nevada law, hotels are not liable for theft if a guest leaves property in a room where they have access to a safe, and apparently safes were not being used by any of these 3 people. And that's what's pretty amazing to me. You don't ever leave cash sitting out like that. You don't leave $10,000 cash sitting out and just assume you'll wake up if somebody comes into your room. I mean, that's really not very smart to go to sleep, leave $10,000 cash sitting on the table, and then not even latch the door. It sounds like the door was not even latched. It sounds like that they just closed the door and they didn't put on any kind of latch or deadbolt. And then presumably someone just pushed it open. So even if you think you trust the door or you do put the latch, just put the damn money in the safe. And I've heard people say, well, these safes aren't perfect. They can be broken into, blah, blah, blah. Well, yes, they're not perfect, but it's much harder. It's much, much harder when someone gets into your room and the money's in the safe. It's much harder at that point for them to be able to get in. And really, it's very rare when stuff is stolen out of the safe by an outside burglar. I'm not talking about an insider who works with security in some way, who's corrupt, that steals the stuff out of the safe. I'm talking about just the typical burglar who gets into a hotel room. The stuff that's in the safe, they just don't end up taking because they got to get out of there. They got to get in and out quickly. They can't go futzing around with a safe. So they'll move on to another room that doesn't have stuff in the safe. So you should always put your stuff away when you go to sleep. And I do that. When I go to sleep in any hotel room, and by the way, I don't sleep that heavily, so if someone came into the room, I would wake up. But even if I didn't, let's say I was really, really tired and I just would sleep through anyone coming in, I don't leave stuff out. You'll never find money left out in my room. You won't find anything left out. The only thing left out is my phone. Aside from that, everything else is put away. And that's what everybody should do. I'm surprised people leave stuff out like this. So it's interesting, of the 3 victims, it looks like the thieves are 3 for 3 in finding valuables out. At least 4 figures worth, in one case 5 figures. Now maybe the thieves got into other rooms and saw nothing worth taking and just left, and maybe the people never woke up and didn't know better. Or maybe the thieves just took 1 or 2 things and people chalked it up to losing it somewhere and didn't even know they were stolen from. So maybe that's what happened. But I think there's a lot of people that just leave stuff out at these hotel rooms. In fact, you just got to be careful in general in hotel rooms what you leave out. When you leave the room, make sure everything's locked up. When you're sleeping, make sure everything's locked up. Don't bring people to your room that you do not know. Definitely do not bring women that you meet at the casino that suddenly have an interest in you that you can't explain. Don't bring them to your room. If you do, definitely do not drink anything that they give you. Definitely do not leave any drinks unattended while you go to the bathroom. If you need to go to the bathroom, take the drink with you. Try not to leave them alone at all. If you do have to leave them alone, make sure your stuff is locked up in the safe and they don't see you enter the combo. But it's just better not to bring strange women up to your room, because there's some cases where the women will call up accomplices, male accomplices, to show up there and either beat you up or hold you at gunpoint while they steal your stuff. So you shouldn't even take the attitude of, okay, what's this one girl going to do to me? Well, she may not, but she may bring dudes into the room who will. So that's another thing. That doesn't have to do with these stories, but if you're in the casino and a girl just approaches you and just shows a natural interest, and then you talk to her and she's not a prostitute and she's not asking for any money, she just wants to go up to your room and have sex with you, especially if she has the look of someone that you think you couldn't trust, and especially if you're much older than she is. If you're 55 years old and she's 25, and for some reason of all the dudes in the casino she wants you, you got to raise some red flags. So just some simple things you can do to protect yourself will prevent you from becoming a victim here. And I'm not victim blaming, but all of these victims just left stuff sitting out in the Rio hotel room, and that's a mistake. So use the safe, watch who you let in the room, make sure the door is closed, make sure to latch it, make sure to deadbolt it. Don't think you're being paranoid. Don't say, what am I doing here? Why am I latching this? Why am I deadbolting it? Why even bother? I don't have to do this. I'm not in a war zone. No, you should. This is why. The Rio did have an incident some years ago where they double-checked in someone to an existing person's room, and then the person who was double-checked in showed up. The guy who had originally checked in was not present, and he stole the guy's stuff, including some cash and an iPad. And then I guess the guy chunked off part of what he stole in the casino and didn't have as much to give back, and then claimed he stole less than he did, and he denied even stealing it. He claimed it was an accident. He thought it was his own stuff and got confused, which of course is a lie. The victim, Eric Sonstegard, was a poker player, and we had him come on this show, and I gave him some advice on what to do about it, and I told him to mention to the Rio that he was on this show, and that he's going to continue publicizing it further, and it all worked. They ended up giving him the other 2,000 because he had 3,000 stolen and an iPad. He got back the iPad and 1,000, and the thief denied having taken 3,000, said he only took 1,000. So the Rio eventually gave Eric back the other 2,000, which was very good, and this show did have something to do with it, and I was happy we could help there, and that was an idiotic thing that the Rio double-checked him in. I said in that case the Rio definitely was responsible because this was their own negligence. This wasn't just someone breaking into the room where you can't really put the blame anywhere on how it happened. Here, they let someone into his room. They voluntarily let somebody into his room believing that was an open room when it was not. So I believe their liability was higher, and even if it wasn't, the publicity of this would have been pretty bad, and that's what I had Eric understand, and I told him that was his biggest weapon, was bad publicity. And it worked. So that was when it was under the Caesar regime. Now here's something weird. I had a dream about a double check-in at the Rio. Except it was me that got double checked in. Well, kind of. So listen to this dream. And the weirdest thing is this story about the burglaries in the hotel rooms. This was a story that was published on March 7th, 2024. Earlier on March 7th, before this story was published, is when I had the dream. So I had a dream about a Rio double check-in, and then of all things, later that day, this story comes out about stuff being stolen from hotel rooms. And it's so weird because stuff was stolen there from a double check-in. It's just not in this story, but pretty close. But my dream was really weird. I needed a room to stay in on a Sunday, and I guess it was very expensive that day, and I had a friend give me their hotel room, and they, I guess, put my name on it so I could get the key or something. The friend who I had give me the hotel room on that Sunday in this dream was Jennifer Tilly. Now, Jennifer Tilly does follow me on Twitter, and I like Jennifer Tilly, but we don't know each other very well. I've met her before, but we don't know each other very well. So she definitely knows who I am, and she seems to enjoy some of my tweets. In fact, she just liked one, last week. But we're not friends, and she's not someone I could approach for a free hotel room. If I asked her for a free hotel room in Vegas, she'd think I was weird. But in the dream, she gave me a free hotel room. I'm not sure if I asked her for it or if she just volunteered it, but she offered me a free hotel room at the new Rio. Now, I don't know how I got the key. She wasn't there, so I never actually saw her in the dream. And in fact, she was texting me in the dream, and she told me in the text that this is from a burner phone. In the dream, I had her phone number, which I don't have her real-life phone number, but in the dream, I had her real-life phone number. And I was getting a text from a second phone of hers that I actually put in my contacts as Jennifer Tilly 2. And she explained why she was using the second phone, but it didn't make a lot of sense. But she mentioned she wasn't going to be in town, and then put some long rambling thing about some event she's going to, but how she was going to arrange for me to get this room. And somehow I just had the key in my pocket. That wasn't part of the dream. I just had the key somehow. And the room was on the second floor, which I wasn't thrilled about, but I figured I can't complain because she's getting me a free room on an expensive day. So I go into the room, and I'm able to get in just fine. My key works. I was a little worried my key wouldn't work, and then what do I do about it because she's not here? But I get in there, and the room actually looked very much like it does in real life at the new Rio. And this is not a coincidence because I had seen pictures of the new Rio maybe a few weeks before that. So I guess I remembered it well enough for the dream to be an accurate representation, for the most part, of the way the new Rio actually looks. So I got in, and I was happy with it, and I even texted her in the dream thanking her for giving me the room. And I texted her, thank you very much. I really needed this. The room's perfect. I really appreciate it. So I looked down to my phone to text that to her, and then I look up, and there's a dude coming out of the bathroom. I'm thinking, what is that? Why is this guy in my bathroom? Before I can say anything, I look over, and then there's a guy in the bed, a different guy. And then there's also a woman in the bed with him. They're not having sex or anything, but they're together in the bed. And I'm going, what is going on here? Then I look around, there's other people like milling around the room. When I got in, there was nobody in there. And I took a minute to text Jennifer Tilly. And then I look up again, and there's all these people in the room. So I asked, what do you do in my hotel room? And they said, this isn't your hotel room, this is our hotel room. And I'm thinking, oh shit, this must be a double check-in thing, but there's nothing I can even do about it because this isn't my room. So I'm thinking, okay, well, do I explain that this is Jennifer's room? And how do I explain this? And how do I explain that I don't really know her too well? Because even in the dream, I knew I didn't know her too well. So I'm kind of stressing out about the whole thing, and then I wake up. So aside from these people just mysteriously appearing in the room, it was actually a fairly realistic dream. And I don't know why it was Jennifer Tilly in the dream that gave me the room. I remember very stressed that I got checked. I think, oh my God, this happened again. I thought about this Eric Sonstergaard guy that I had on the show. I thought about this in the dream. But it's so weird I have that dream, and then the story about people getting into other people's Rio rooms is in the news that same night. I want to cover the Randy Garcia and Maurice Hawkins ongoing issue. We've covered it before on this show, but there's more to it, and this is just never ending. Maurice Hawkins is known to be a good tournament player. He's one of the leaders in WSOP circuit rings. I believe he's since been passed by Ari Engel, who listens to this show. If I'm wrong, I guess Ari will correct me, but I think Ari passed him recently. But he's, I think, number 2 or tied for number 2 at the moment. There were some stories about him over the years, but until 2019, his reputation overall in poker wasn't bad. There was kind of some stories going around that he might be a little bit shady, but there's just nothing concrete. But the whole thing became more clear that he is shady starting in July of 2019, when a poker player named Randy Garcia came forward and told his story to Pokernews that Maurice had owed him $103,000 for over 2 years. This was dating back to 2017, and that Maurice simply wasn't paying. Maurice actually contacted me and asked me to remove a different thread that was about him from 2017. This is when someone had alleged that Maurice had scammed him out of $22,000. This was not Randy Garcia. This was somebody else. And I was asked by Maurice himself to remove the thread. I replied to Maurice, and I said that I would not remove it, but Maurice insisted that the whole thing had been resolved amicably, and showed me a link to a Card Player magazine article where both of them said that it was resolved amicably. So I said, all right, I will update the thread to state that the victim of this claimed it was resolved. And that was all I would do. I would not delete the thread. I kind of had a shady vibe from him. It seemed like this guy was a scammer and had just resolved it after the fact. So I really didn't want to remove the thread, and I didn't, and I told him that. And so he dropped it at that point. I mean, I think he tried to ask me again to remove it, but I just wasn't budging, and I just told him, nope, all I'm going to do is post the update. So that was back in 2017. And then in 2019, the whole thing came out about Randy Garcia, which got a lot more attention. In 2022, Pokernews did a further update about this, that Garcia had some kind of agreement with Hawkins to pay off the money, and it was a fairly generous deal that didn't demand he pay it all at once. But Garcia alleged that Hawkins violated it and then went back to Pokernews to give them an update 3 years later. Hawkins has not denied that he owes money. And in fact, there was a court judgment issued in Florida that awarded a $115,828 judgment to Garcia. It was just a matter of collecting it. At the time, Maurice Hawkins said to Pokernews, "I'll pay him when I can. I got more things in life to worry about than others' perception of me." Garcia said he's probably paid me back about $10K over 4 years, all while cashing for well over $1 million. We come to terms with payment plans, agree on it, that he'll pay the first month or two, and then comes the excuses and he won't pay anymore. When it came to paying me back, he has zero respect for me and my family. He couldn't even make an effort to pay me back even $100 a month as a sign of good faith and show some kind of effort, yet he still continued to buy into tournament after tournament. I was there for him personally and professionally when he needed me, but he decided to screw me over again and again, so enough is enough. I don't wish ill will on anyone. I know he has a family and kids, but so do I. Bottom line is we had a deal and he screwed me over. Maurice has screwed over so many people. He tries to act like a tough guy at the table by constantly talking down and denigrating people like he's the best poker player there is. Who cares if he has 14 rings if he's broke? I think the poker community should kick Maurice out, as he's a jerk to everyone and has lied and screwed so many people over. I have backed other players with zero issues because they have integrity and high character. Maurice has neither. So he can continue to hit the circuit and act like he's the best there is and degrade people. Things will catch up with him sooner or later if the court doesn't get him first. So this is in 2022. It's pretty clear that this was not going to resolve unless somehow Randy was going to be able to seize some winnings or something. In May of 2023, Randy got a little bit. He said, "I'm the backer from years ago. He has still yet to pay me a dime. Luckily, a foreclosure on his property got me a small portion of my money back thanks to a judgment I had on him." Maurice then made it deep in the main event. And in fact, he was a chip leader pretty late in the main, to where there was some belief that maybe he would actually make the final table or something. A lot of people were rooting against Maurice Hawkins when he was at the World Series of Poker main event in 2023. I made it deep into that one as well, but I did not ever play with him there. He ended up getting 35th in the main event for $280K, which would have easily satisfied the debt to Garcia, but Hawkins got his money and got out of there. Surprisingly, Randy Garcia was not aware, at least I don't think he was aware, that he could have gotten this money frozen once it was clear that Garcia was making it deep. As you know, the World Series of Poker main event is very slow moving. The event takes well over a week to complete, and usually about 4 days to even cash, and that's with some breaks in the days. So when you see someone's doing very well, and I think he was the absolute chip leader coming into day 3, at that point you make sure to get a lawyer that can get Caesars to hold up any winnings and get the court judgment paid before the funds are released to him. So I don't know why Garcia didn't do that, but I'm sure he will do that this time because I know he's very aware of this. Maurice Hawkins blocked him. I don't know when, but I think it may have happened last month. But something here caused Randy to speak out against him. And he started posting a lot of different tweets calling him out. On February 26th, Randy Garcia wrote, "This bum continues to cash tournaments, yet refuses to pay me the 6 figures he owes me after 5 years. Oh, and he blocked me, so someone call him out. He's a scammer and bum whose house went into foreclosure. I got copies of it thanks to the judgment I had against him. He walks around the casino like a hotshot, yet begged me for money for his family's bills when I was backing him. He hasn't even made an effort to pay me back $1 a month. He should be banned from all poker because he's a scammer broke bum. Can anyone get me in touch with the lawyer who handled the Postle case and apparently got the casino to withhold funds?" So what he was referring to was how there was a lawyer who was somewhere in the South, and this lawyer was on Twitter as like a recreational poker player, and when it was revealed that Mike Postle was getting deep in a tournament there, a lawyer who was able to practice in that state volunteered to get the casino to freeze the funds that Postle would win and then get it over to Veronica, who was owed this $27K from that judgment in the defamation case. Now, I was owed the same $27K, or the same meaning the same amount. It's a separate $27K. So some of this would have gone to me as well if Postle won enough. I believe Veronica was going to have the first priority because it was offered to her first. But anyway, Postle ended up getting the money and getting out of there fast enough before we could do this. So that's what Garcia was referring to. But that lawyer couldn't help anyway because that's in a state where presumably Maurice wasn't going to play all that much. But, of course, the best thing for Garcia to do is get the World Series of Poker to hold up any future cashes that Maurice gets. And he needs to get a lawyer in Nevada to do that. Anyway, on February 27th, Randy tweeted a text exchange that he had with Maurice Hawkins. He wrote, November 2017, he has cashed for millions since, yet hasn't made an effort to pay me back. Maurice wrote, I will be backed. That's not the problem. The problem is I'm going to lose my property, watches, earrings, and chain. I know they are material things, but they are things I worked for. So he didn't want to lose his earrings and his chain and his watches. That was the important thing to him. Randy, who was being patient at the time in 2017, wrote, I hear you, man. Maurice wrote, all good. I may not text you for a while, but no, I'm always thankful for you, and when I get back on my feet, I'm going to pay you back. Happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas. Randy texted, well, dude, I'm here for you, even if you just need someone to talk to. Maurice wrote, appreciate it. So this was before Randy had lost patience with him back in 2017. But Randy has shared a lot more since then. He posted a lot of different messages exposing Maurice in a series of days here. He wrote on February 28th, day 2 of exposing Maurice. Guy has owed me 6 figures for 5 years now and has made zero effort to pay me back. He has blocked me and refuses to work with me. I gave him a role to play with and loaned money personally to him and his family. Then it shows Maurice texting him, next things I would like is to not feel broke, for lack of a better phrase. I will send you my wife's watch in order for you to wire me $18K. And he has a picture of his wife wearing the watch on her wrist. I would rather you hold on to it instead of a pawn shop. I don't have to pay 20% this way. So he was sending this watch for collateral. Someone asked, do you still got the watch? And then Garcia said, never sent, nor did I want. Oh, my goodness. So he was just showing that Maurice was trying to send his wife's watch to get $18K to play with. That was day 2 of exposing Maurice. Day 3, February 29th. Garcia wrote, 3 to 4 months into our backing deal, my share was 50 to 60K as Maurice had a couple of good scores. I then wake up one morning to this text from him. I lost everything I had in my possession in the casino last night. Depressed about the last 3 stops. I owe you $55,176 and the $10,000 you loaned me. I will be cooperative to sign any documents saying I owe you this money and will make payments to your account to pay you back. I have no excuses and hopefully I don't lose my family and career. I'm sorry I have failed. You have the first option to still invest in me, but truthfully, I know that's not an option for you probably. Considering the circumstances, I will make this right. Hopefully I don't mess up your Disney trip. Then Garcia went on to write, only later did I come to find out that before I backed him, a lawyer named Hal Lewis was suing Maurice for the exact same thing, being owed money from backing that Maurice screwed him on, and lo and behold, Maurice used the same exact casino excuse on me that he used on Hal. Barry Carter asked Randy, what was his follow-up when you asked him, what do you mean lost everything? And Randy wrote back, high-limit blackjack. So apparently Maurice's issue is the negative EV gambling in the casino. Apparently he plays blackjack at high limits and keeps losing and just doesn't learn his lesson. Funny thing is, if Maurice stuck to poker, he'd probably have money. March 1st, Randy wrote, day 4 of exposing Maurice. Here's my judgment against him. In order to get the judgment, I had to present all my evidence and proof, which I had. Maurice did not show up to the hearing. The judgment says, accordingly, plaintiff Randy Garcia shall recover from defendant Maurice Hawkins Jr. the principal sum of $103,000, prejudgment statutory interest in the amount of $12,377.34, and court costs in the amount of $451 for a total of $115,828.34. Then, day 5 of exposing Maurice, he wrote, once I received the judgment against Maurice and he still did not willingly pay, we worked out a payment plan per a forbearance agreement. He acknowledged the total was $115K and was to pay me $2,000 a month and then 15% of any and all poker cashes. A week after he signed, he came in third at the Global Championship in Cherokee for $117K. I reached out to him congratulating him on the nice score and reminded him to send the $15K. He tells me the tournament was not included because he won a seat to it, even though the agreement said any and all tournaments. Oh, boy. So again, he does an interview saying, I'm lying about the amount when he signed it, acknowledging it. So now there is at least 4 to 5 different places through email, text, and his signature where he acknowledges how much he owes me. Yet he's still going to do that ridiculous interview and say, I'm the liar. And by the way, I'm going to play you the interview soon. On March 3rd, he wrote, I offered Maurice multiple different options to pay me a lump sum between 50 and 70% discount, and every single time he said yes, and then never came through once. So now I'm going after the full amount plus the interest that is incurred over the years per the judgment. Also see below where there's yet another confirmation by Maurice himself that he owes me 6 figures. This is the second proof I provided where he admits it, yet he goes on an interview and calls me a liar, which I'll play you shortly. Shows in 2018, Randy wrote, and just to be on the same page, I'm owed $108,000 currently, and Maurice says that page is accurate, and Maurice says, okay, or Randy says, okay, thanks. So basically at one point, Randy, when he was feeling he's going to get nothing and feeling that Maurice is not going to pay because there's just so much to pay off, was willing to discount it as much as 70% if Maurice just paid the rest all at once. But Maurice didn't do it, so he's saying, well, he didn't take me up on that, so I'm going to go after everything, which is fine. It doesn't matter if he offered a discount at one point if he gets the money right away. Maurice didn't pay him, so that offer's off the table. So Maurice Hawkins did an interview with poker.org. What I'm going to do here, so I'm going to go to the 2-minute 50-second mark in this poker.org interview, and we'll hear about Randy.
The questions I've been seeing, just to get to it, I've been seeing Randman, aka Randy GA, on Twitter.
Right.
He showed that you have him blocked.
Right. Because I don't feel the need to respond to a person who's just telling his side of a story. First of all, as I've told my close friends, because those are the only people that matter to me in my life, that man was with me during a hard time in my life. And during COVID, I owed him about $40,000. I was paying him about $3,000 a month. I got the damn text message. I got the damn cash apps. I got them all down to about $20,000. He told me before that he was going to sue me for the makeup. He was going to sue me for everything. He's going to blast my name through the media unless I give him all this money. So basically, roughly, I owed him about $40,000 that he loaned me or fronted me or out or whatever. And the rest was just makeup. He took me to court during a time when I didn't have any damn money to protect myself. I didn't have any money to do anything. And frankly, I don't care to go to court and all of those different things. So that gentleman took me and got a judgment against me. And then he says, give me $20,000 or else before he did all these things. Now, why in the world would a man who I owe $100,000 supposedly ask me for just $20,000, bro?
Well, I can answer that one because he wants to get anything. Because he figures that $100,000 is such a big number and you're uncollectible that you're not going to pay $20,000 towards $100,000 just to still be $80,000 in debt to you. So figures, okay, well, I'll let you out of this and just take a loss on the rest of it if I can get something.
And he can verify this. He said, give me $20,000 and we'll call it square. Because that's all I owed him of the cash that he really loaned me. And then he had people coming after me saying, we're going to do this, we're going to garnish this, or else. And he was like talking to me like he was a mafioso guy. So I took the or else. So I probably do owe him 20 bands. But when a man disrespects you, tried to finish me, associated or AK with Chad Holloway and Pokernews, right before the World Series, they recirculated an article saying Maurice stiffs backers. At no point did I stiff this man. At no point did I stiff any other backers like this. So I would just challenge them to say, you know what? I want to know what backers that I just stiffed. Yes, one time I lost about $20,000 his money. And we rectified that like grown-ass men. And we put that on our number.
Well, there was that Hal Lewis guy, as mentioned. In fact, Maurice wanted me to take down that thread. That was the one that I was asked to take down. And then ultimately, I agreed to post that it had been amicably settled because that had been stated on Card Player. But Randy was not the first one. It was kind of a similar story. So saying, hey, I've never done this to anyone else, it's just Randy. First of all, it doesn't have to be anybody else. The fact that it happened to Randy is bad enough. That's one too many. You can't say, well, I've been good with every backer except for this one. You know? So you either stiff someone out of money or you didn't. And if you did, then that's pretty much it. Then nobody can trust you.
And that's why I end up owing him about $40,000. So it's out in the open. It's fucking, that's logical. I mean, whatever. But I paid him back 20 of the 40. He loaned me 20, I lost 20. I paid him back 20 of the 40. So like I said before, oppressors just take a narrative because they can't challenge my poker skills, because I don't even challenge anybody. That dude, Mac Berkey, he ain't won nothing in 6-7 years. But he running my name through the mud because it makes him feel better about himself. Because it's nothing else that they can do. Because I win all the time consistently, 600,000, 700,000 a year. You understand what I'm saying? So they just, Maurice is broke. How the fuck I'm broke if I live in Wellington, Florida, people? Richest neighborhood in damn Florida. Maurice is broke because I get backers all the time. Yeah. And I use my money all the time too. So where does this narrative come from? And who do I owe? Because damn it, I want to know too. Use names. That's all I ask. Use names.
So we can clear this simply with just this question. Maurice, is there anyone in the poker community, outside the poker community, that you are in debt to currently?
What's that?
Is there anybody in the poker community or outside the poker community that Maurice Hawkins is in debt to currently?
Yeah, I owe my friend $5,000.
And is your friend upset with you?
No, not at all. And this is the thing that I don't really get about the whole narrative.
This is what I don't get. So you claim you live in a good neighborhood and you're not broke, and yet you owe someone $5,000? Now, $5,000 isn't that much money. So if you owe your friend $5,000 and you're not broke, then why don't you pay him back? The only reason not to pay someone back $5,000, especially your friend, is if you can't, if you're just broke. This makes no sense.
Okay, I might owe people money for life, or they might have loaned me money personally, but I want to find the people that sitting up saying that they never been loaned money personally. So I might owe personal money to someone, and I might owe personal money for this business opportunity or something I did. But as for being backed and poker, I don't owe nobody. That's my point. Use names. And stop running my damn name through the mud.
This is making no sense. So it started off that it was, he doesn't owe anybody. Then it is, well, I owe my friend $5,000. Then it is, well, I owe various people for personal debts, but I'm not screwing anyone from a poker standpoint. But then we have Randy Garcia, who won a court judgment because he got screwed from a poker standpoint. So what's he even saying here?
Because guess what? Who waiting on me at a cage? They got to stop. They do these things to people. They just run their names to the mud. And everyone just jumps on. Just this gang mentality, this bully mentality, this oppressive mentality. Just running names. He did it on the same show. Matt Berkey had that dude Rampage on his show. I went up to Rampage and I said, Rampage, you need to not be saying things about people you don't even know. And you know what Rampage said to me? Oh, it's just something I read. So that's just a forest fire. People just take what they read and move and just keep going, and it makes them feel better sitting at home on their couch.
Okay, let me say this right here. I'm not someone who just takes what I read. I try to look at everything here. Now, Maurice, there is a court judgment against you for $115,000, of which over $100 of it is before interest, that Randy showed in court that you owe. And you even said you didn't show up to defend yourself, which is kind of weird. Like, why would you not show up in court to defend when someone is claiming that you scammed them and they're trying to get a judgment against you? That's not very smart either. So let's just say hypothetically that Randy Garcia is either wrong or lying or both, and that he went into court and only won because you weren't there and he won by default. Okay, then it is up to you to show the community that the court was wrong and that what Randy is presenting was wrong. And if your only response is, how could I have ever owed him $108,000 if he was willing to take $20,000, that doesn't prove anything. That just means he's willing to take anything rather than zero. So go show the counter evidence. Show why he is lying. Show why he is incorrect. Put it out there. And then maybe you'll change the narrative. You can't just say, well, you're believing everything you read. Well, okay, then put out something to show us that he's not telling the truth. And then I'm sure he will respond back, and I'm sure the intelligent people of this community can look at it and see who's correct. I don't believe I've ever met Randy Garcia. I briefly met you at the table once. You probably don't even remember. So I don't have any dog in this fight. I just am going by what seems obvious to me, that you owe the guy money, that he won it in a court judgment after a long time of you not paying him, and now you're frustrated when this keeps getting brought back up. But you can't blame Pokernews, you can't blame Chad Holloway, you can't blame the guy you owe. And it seems like, you know, he wants just reliable payments, and you're just not paying him. So that's the bottom line here. But if he's wrong, then put out there the amount you really owe and show documentation. That's what you got to do.
Knowing that that man is winning, but let me throw some dirt on him because they don't want to celebrate you.
Do you feel the motivation for people coming after you is solely based on your poker results?
100%. Because the people who know me love me. Bro, all I care about is right here. My daughter just walked in the door.
Well, hold on a second, though. Ari Engel has 17 circuit rings. I believe one more than you. I don't see any trash talk about Ari Engel. So why are people not coming after him if he's got more rings than you do? So it's not just that you got a bunch of rings and people want to drag you down. There's one other guy I think is tied with you. No one ever talks about him. So there's a reason people talk about you. And maybe you need to look at how you handled this situation and how you continue to handle it.
My family around me, I don't care about these people. That's the reason why I never say anything to them. Because they don't mean nothing to me, bro. And I'm glad you gave me this opportunity to bring me on live. Because I want them to tell me who I owe. That's all I want to know.
Well, we look forward to hearing the response. I always feel like, I'm pretty unbiased, and, people often call me Switzerland Cairo because I don't take sides. I'm very neutral. And when it comes to topics like this, one of the more disgusting things that I've seen that rub me the wrong way personally in this matter is a lot of racist remarks.
While I was down the World Series final table, they were saying, hang that nigger. And they were saying, do this to that. I mean, dude, they just mix it all in. It's the same type of people that's saying these things and have the same type of mentality, bro.
Okay, this stuff shouldn't be brought up. Whether it happened or not, it shouldn't be brought up. It's immaterial here. If there are people making racist remarks, obviously that's wrong, but that doesn't change the fact that you owe money. So what other people are doing in response to seeing these stories about you, that doesn't really matter here. What matters is just getting this whole thing taken care of. Some people criticized poker.org for running this interview. The interview actually goes for about half an hour. I just played you the part that is most relevant. I'm going to jump to near the end and play you something as well. But some people criticized Poker.org for running this, saying that they shouldn't be platforming Maurice and letting him talk his trash and possibly tell his lies. So what I said in response to this is basically the same thing I've said about Mike Postle and about anybody else who has been accused of wrongdoing. And that is, it's fine to platform them. It's fine to give them the chance to defend themselves. Now, anywhere they get platformed, you should ask them the tough questions. This guy kind of started to, who was interviewing him, but then he kind of pushed away from it and moved it to this racism topic, which really shouldn't even have been brought up because it's not relevant. And that just allows Maurice to talk about how he's been victimized, which, even if people have acted inappropriately towards him, that doesn't change what he owes and the source of this whole thing. So that's why you shouldn't bring up extraneous stuff of what third parties did. I mean, who cares? But I think it's fine to platform him. I think it's fine to let him give his side. In fact, if Maurice wants to come on this show and give his side, he can do so. I'm going to ask some tough questions, but he can come on here. So I don't like the idea of just like, we've decided this person does not have the right to say anything in their own defense. I don't think that's good. And that's not the way I ever treat this show. So I don't agree with that criticism, but I also don't think that Maurice is very convincing here at all. Let's jump to the 19-minute mark here.
Respect for both parties.
Okay, but you can have respect for Matt Berkey, but let me ask you a question. Why is it that he only blasts me and he don't let me defend myself? Why he always bring my damn name up? But
That's why
he can't put me on there and talk about it. You know why? Because he said on his show, he said there was a woman that I scammed. So why don't we use that name? Use the name Matt Berkey and let me talk to him. I want to talk to him in person. I want to know who it is.
I don't know what Matt Berkey said back to this, and I don't know who that woman is. I don't know that part of the story, so I won't comment on it. Matt Berkey has covered this and discussed Maurice, and it's upset Maurice here. I don't know if Matt Berkey will let him on the show or not. But Maurice, you can come on this show. You can come on here. You can criticize me. You can criticize Randy on here. Now I'll let Randy come on as well to give his side. But I give everybody a platform if they want it.
Because you try to make it seem as if you got somebody that can certify what you're saying is true. Use the name, bruh. And then let me be an idiot. Let me be a clown about it. Use the name. They don't have no names.
So, I mean, would you be open to going on the podcast on his show and having this?
Of course. And I'll even fly to damn Vegas. I'm going to Vegas on the 6th. His podcast in Vegas, right? I'll go on there. Look, do I owe people do people hand me 20,000 like Reese, yo, when you get that 20, get back at me? Of course. You know why? Because next week I can win 50. Here's $50 to Maurice. People hand me 50,000. And 4 years ago, somebody handed me 50,000 as a loan. One of my good friends. Guess what I did? Paid them back as 50. Have I owed them 30 and 40 here and there, whatever? Yeah, I pay them back. But that's personal, though. Why is it personal? And what Maurice does it back, I don't win and then not pay my backers. So tell me, how the hell I keep getting backers? Oh, because I'm a comment, I'm a riff, all them silly ass, oppressive ass words. If I'm all those things, then I'll be getting locked up for fraud, right?
No, see, this doesn't happen. We've seen over and over and over again in poker where people have ripped each other off and they don't get locked up. And it's called a civil matter when people go to the police. And a lot of this is because law enforcement does not understand the poker world very well. And this just kind of seems like a business deal gone bad or a gambling deal gone bad. So the police don't want to get involved. They don't want to arrest anyone. And that's why you have to take it to the civil courts, as Randy Garcia did. So just the fact that you haven't been arrested doesn't mean anything. So you keep saying you didn't stiff any backers, but Randy Garcia says he was a backer and you stiffed him. So why don't you prove that you didn't stiff him? Why don't you prove that all you owe is $20K? You have the text messages, you have whatever other documentation, show it. Show what he's saying is incorrect. That's all you have to do.
Against the law to steal from people, right? I mean, this is just use your common small brain ass people. If I was conning people across America, like you say, in America, then I would be getting in jail for fraud, right? I mean, this is just logical. But you know why? Because it's all fabricated because they don't want the underdog on top. Yeah, I'm your story. St. Louis City, captain of the football team, 3.8 grade point, scholarship athlete, turned poker player, graduated with biology degree, minor in chemistry, made it out the hood. I'm that story. You're not going to take my shine, bruh. You know why? Because I'm that guy. My daughter's sitting right over there right now. She's 13 years old. You know what? 4.2 GPA. What you in track, baby? Yeah. Track. Guess what? Living in Wellington. We don't know no oppression. Because I created that. So stop trying to take my shine, man.
Well, you know, that's what they always, you know, the saying I was told when I was younger, BMW, black man winning. So, you know, like it's you know, it's a crazy ecosphere out here in poker. You know, we don't necessarily want to say one thing or another, but the one thing that's on paper is that you're winning these tournaments, you're winning these rings. I know you have a lot coming up this year with WSOP and WSOP circuits, WPT. Where can we look to see you playing in the future? And
okay. I'll stop here. I don't know why this interviewer keeps bringing race into it. You know, if Maurice is going to bring race into it, then you know that's what he's going to say. But why is this interviewer doing that? This isn't about race. This is not about race at all, so it shouldn't be brought into it at all. Should not be part of this. Randy has not been particularly secretive about his plans. So he's said that he's working with a lawyer to get the money if Maurice plays the World Series of Poker and wins something. So we'll see if Maurice shows up to the World Series of Poker knowing that some of the money will be seized. Now, you might say, why would he show up? Why would he even think of showing up if the first 100 plus K of what he wins will be grabbed? Well, because the World Series of Poker has some very large prizes. And Maurice has won 16 circuit rings. Maurice got to 35th place in the main event where you could win $12 million. So if you win a big enough score, then 100K is not a very large percentage of it to come off the top. He won't love it, but it won't be a big problem at that point. So provided somebody backs him, I think that he will play the World Series of Poker and just deal with whatever gets seized from this judgment. So presumably he knows that's coming. But I have a feeling he's going to be there anyway, especially after his performance in the main last year, getting to 35th. And that's pretty damn close. So we will see. I mean, we're going to have more drama, I bet, at the World Series this year. If he's playing and then it gets taken, if Randy Garcia has the cage holding up the money and he gets paid, I'm sure we'll hear from Maurice, and I'm sure Randy will crow about it on Twitter after he gets it. So this story is not over. And I don't believe any of the criticism of Maurice is coming from people who don't like an underdog story or don't like black people or any of the other things he's claiming are happening. I believe that it's just people who don't like scammers. They don't like people who don't pay their debts. They don't like people who screw backers. And once you get that reputation, then that's hard to shake unless you can show counter evidence. So first there was that guy Hal Lewis in 2017, and then Randy Garcia starting in 2019, and this has dragged for the last 5 years. Notice there's a lot of other backed players who never have this situation. There's a lot of players in poker who are backed, and yet most of them you don't hear stories like this. So once you've got stories like this following you, especially when there's two, if you're innocent somehow, you've got to make that very clear with documentation. And if you're guilty, then you need to make it right as soon as possible. And if you don't, then it's going to follow you. Then people are going to hear, it's going to affect your reputation, it's going to affect your ability to get backing, and you can't blame those who are making it public. But with that said, I still feel people have a right to defend themselves, so I don't blame poker.org for putting him on there. I do think the interviewer wasn't very good, and he shouldn't have been race baiting during the interview. But as far as him being on there at all, it's not a big deal. Poker.org got a lot of criticism there for that whole thing. Chad Holloway responded to that video. He said, since I was named in the video, here is the article he references, which contains much of the legal background. These are not allegations. The Circuit Court of the 15th Judicial District and for Palm Beach County, Florida, case number blah, 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 awarded Randy Garcia, the backer, a $115K judgment. A guy named Sean wrote, embarrassing stuff, Poker.org, giving the scammer a platform to spew easily verifiable lies. Ryan DePaulo said, did the court case award Randy money that was like makeup that he didn't profit chop on? Interested in more, but unclear what the 15K is made of. Curious. I doubt it's makeup. That's what he was claiming very briefly, but he would really be shouting that off the mountaintops if this was makeup that was being portrayed as a poker debt and a violation of the contract. He'd make that very clear, and he just briefly said it. A person named Tenacious Me wrote, if a man disrespects you, it causes you to owe 20 bands, you have it coming. You earned every ounce of disrespect. What a punk. Eric Williams wrote, one would think the interviewer would do an ounce of research on the subject and already had that information. Yeah, I really didn't think the interviewer did a good job here. Adam Jackson wrote, most genuine people who make $600K probably don't go around flapping about it in a video trying to defend accusations of not paying backers. And MS wrote, interesting video, not very hard-hitting. A lot of what he says doesn't seem to add up. He definitely owes the $20K to a backer, but he's right about naming names. Air it out to the poker community. So yeah, if names aren't named, you can't just say, well, I'm hearing about a lot of different people that he owes money to. If you can't name them, that doesn't mean very much. But we do have somebody. We have Randy Garcia. We have a court judgment. We don't have Maurice presenting compelling evidence that it's not owed. And we have this guy from 2017 who also had an issue that may have been resolved, but it was an issue at one point as well. So usually with these things, where there's smoke, there's fire. I want to move on to talk about the Founders Card. The Founders Card was something that a lot of people were using to get diamond at Caesars properties, that is the diamond status, without having to gamble at all. I never got diamond through the Founders Card, though I will admit that I tried. But I was actually rejected for the Founders Card, which I will explain as part of the segment. But first I want to tell you about the Founders Card itself and the recent news about it. So the Founders Card is a pretentious club. It's not really a card. I mean, you actually get a card, but it's really more of a club. It's a pretentious club which purports to be, quote, a membership community of over 100,000 entrepreneurs and business executives who receive unprecedented benefits and networking opportunities. It's not a credit card. And despite all of its lofty promises and supposed exclusive status, really the main perk that people sign up for, at least in the gambling world, is the Caesars Diamond status match. So basically, once you were a Founders Card member and you paid your dues each year, then you would get automatically matched to Caesars Diamond without having to play at all to earn that Diamond status. Now, to be very clear, you would not get any kind of offers as if you played in the casino. So you wouldn't be getting free play, you wouldn't be getting comp room offers, nothing like that. You would just have the Diamond tier status, which would enable you to not pay resort fees and gets you into the special lines and gets you the $100 yearly dinner benefit, stuff like that. Just the standard diamond benefits is what you're getting. But that's still very valuable. So this was offered for many years as a perk of the Founders Card. The price of the Founders Card varied very much. The regular price was $595 per year, and if you're a new member, you also have to pay a $95 initiation fee. However, there were various ways to get it cheaper, especially for existing members who would get offered to renew for less. Some people even got the Founders Card initially for as low as $195 with no initiation fee. There used to be a trick where you could do a free preview of the card, where you don't pay anything, but you just get a 30-day preview. Now, this did not give you the Caesars Diamond match, so you couldn't use it for that. But basically, once you get the preview started, you would just sit there, you'd let the 30 days run out, you wouldn't pay anything and sign up for the full version, and then you'd start getting these emails begging you to come sign up for a lower price. So instead of the $595 plus $95 to sign up, you would get an offer like $395 with no $95 initiation fee. And then you could even call up at that point and negotiate it down further, and some people got it as low as $195. Now that stopped working in 2022, that whole trick. And this is why. In 2022, they did away with the ability to do the Wyndham status match with Caesars unless you earned your status at Wyndham. So if you got your status at Wyndham with any card other than Wyndham itself, then you could not match the Caesars. So, for example, there was a way to get Wyndham Diamond by matching it with, I think, Hilton. And that would not be eligible to get Caesars Diamond starting in 2022 because that was not earned Wyndham Diamond. So if you would submit for the match to get Caesars Diamond, then Wyndham would look into how you got your diamond over there. And if you got it through any kind of match, then you would not be eligible. That didn't used to be the case, but that started to be the case in 2022. So a lot of people were getting Caesars Diamond that way, where they'd match something to Wyndham and then match Wyndham back to Caesars. But that did not work anymore starting in 2022. So there's a big glut of people in 2022 who had no way to get Caesars Diamond other than playing and earning it the old-fashioned way. So these people then turned to the Founders Card. And a lot of people applied at once. Unfortunately, that was also when I applied to the Founders Card. Now, the problem with the Founders Card is that they have these dumb requirements for membership. So they don't want to sign up anyone that they consider just a regular working man. Even if you have a very good job, even if they're like a doctor or a lawyer or something like that, they only want you if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a unique individual with a unique profession. So just being a working guy is not going to cut it, no matter how much money you make. So you have to give them this information about yourself, and then they decide if you are worthy of being a member of the Founders Card. Now, I thought that I would qualify based upon these standards, because let's think about it. I'm a professional poker player, a professional gambler, and I run a poker forum and a Vegas casino talk forum, and I run a poker podcast. I thought these would be interesting things. I thought that I'd be kind of one of those unique individuals who is not working for somebody else and makes money in kind of a unique and entrepreneurial fashion, and that they would easily grant me the Founders Club membership, provided I paid the dues, of course. The problem, I think, aside from the fact that they were getting a huge number of membership requests at that time because of what happened with Wyndham, the problem was I signed up through a discount link. Because if you know somebody who has the Founders Card, then you can get a link from them for $395 and no initiation fee, which is a lot better than $595 plus $95. So I got one of those links, and I signed up through that. And I got confirmation that they got my application, and then it just sat, and it sat, and it sat, and it sat, and they were not responding to me. And when I called up, their customer service would answer the phone, and they were based in the U.S., and the people were very nice, but they couldn't help me. Every time they said, well, we see it's still pending. We'll let you know when we have more information. Well, can you let me know when? I'm sorry, we don't have that info. Well, can you give me any timetable? I'm sorry, we can't. Can you tell me why it's taking so long? I'm sorry, we don't have that information. Like, I just got nothing out of them. So I kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and it just dragged and dragged and dragged, and they were not rejecting me, and they were not accepting me. I just got stuck. Well, it started getting closer and closer to the World Series of Poker in 22, and I really needed Diamond by then, so I couldn't sit around waiting any longer. So I started to press a little bit harder. And I must have made, I don't know how many phone calls, and I figured maybe this is hurting my chances, but I just couldn't keep waiting. I hadn't paid anything yet, but I just couldn't wait any longer. If they were going to just keep dragging their feet or deny me, I was going to have to go play and earn my diamond that way. So finally, I couldn't wait any longer, and I told them that, and I asked, is there someone I can contact about this? So they gave me some other email address to write to and explain the situation. So I did, and I wrote a very polite email to them and explained that I'd been waiting for a few months and that the decision hasn't been made, that no one's given me any information, but I'd really like to be a member of this club, blah, blah, blah. I explained why I should be qualified. Whole kiss-assy letter to them, and I got no response. So I called back. And I said, did they get my letter? Yes, we did, but we're still reviewing it. Then I was told that it's going to be a very short time until I was going to get an answer, that they can see they're actively reviewing it, the board is reviewing, that they're going to come to me with an answer very soon. I said, okay. I waited another 2 weeks, still nothing. Well, now I'm really hitting towards the end of the line here. We're already in May. I got to get something here. So I said, well, I was told 2 weeks ago they're going to probably have an answer this week, and they still don't have an answer. So they told me, okay, we'll send another message asking if they can expedite it. Nobody called me back, of course. I called back a few days later, and I found out that my application to have the founder's card was denied. Isn't that nice? I asked, what was the reason for the denial? I'm sorry, they didn't provide that, just that you were denied. I said, can I appeal it? Yes, here's an email address. I wrote to the email address, and of course, nobody responded to me. So screw them. Screw them and their pretentious card. Like, if they don't want to accept me because I don't meet their lofty standards, or because I got a discount link and everybody else is willing to pay the $600 plus $95 and I want to get in for $395, then fine. It's their club. They can do what they want. But at least have the respect to get back to me in a normal time frame. Here they took like 4 months. And they only got back to me because I kept hassling them. They gave me no updates. They showed no respect. They delayed just to deny me and then not even answer my appeal. So what a bunch of pretentious assholes. I don't even know why there is this process. Like, who really cares? Why not just let anyone sign up who wants it and is willing to pay the money? So stupid. Like, do you think anyone walks around saying, oh, I'm a member of the Founders Card. Look at me. I'm part of an exclusive club. Respect me. I have a Founders Card. Like, nobody does that. People are joining for whatever benefits there are. I've never heard of anyone using the Founders Card to network or really get anywhere in life except for get these discounts they provide. So why are they posturing like this is something special? So anyway, that was out. So what I did find out was that there was still a way to get Diamond through Wyndham. But you have to be able to qualify for a business card. If you get the Wyndham Business Earners Card, which is $95 a year, then you can match to Caesar's Diamond, because that's considered earned diamond at Wyndham, even though you didn't actually stay there. Just having the credit card, which gets you diamond, is considered earned diamond. So that's what I did. But you have to have a business TIN to do it. And if you don't know what that is, then you can't get that card. And they really put you through hell to get that card sometimes. Like, they really put me through a hellish process to get that card, that bank that handles that card. So only reason I tolerated all that shit was because I wanted the Caesar's diamond, and I wanted to get it easily like that. Otherwise, I would have told them to fuck off with that card when they put me through a lot of time-consuming and intrusive bullshit. I've never had a card do that to me before. I'm talking about the Wyndham business earner thing now, not the founders. But that's how I ended up getting into diamond at 2022 instead of the founders card. But why am I telling you this story? It's 2024, not 2022. So why is this a topic? Well, the founders card is no longer matching to Caesar's diamond. And in fact, those that renewed got screwed because now they're not going to get the main benefit they're there for. So here's what happened. They weren't even honest with this whole thing. Founders, in their typical shady and obscuring fashion, were not direct about what was going on and, in fact, denied what was happening. So, according to a Reddit user, he noticed that his Caesar's diamond was not renewed on February 2nd, 2024, as it had in other years. Every other year he found that February 2nd was the magic date when he would find his Caesar's diamond renewed. The Caesar status is reset on February 1st, so whatever you earn the previous calendar year will become your status from February 1st of the following year. So let's say you earned diamond in 2023 and then what would happen is you would remain diamond for all of January, and then February 1st, it would start the new year's worth of diamond. Now, let's say the entire 2024 passes and you don't play at all. Well, then you'd go back down to gold, but not on January 1st. It would be February 1st. So basically, February 1st, you take on the status that you actually earned the previous year at Caesars. So this guy would go back down to gold for one day on February 1st, but then February 2nd, he would be elevated back to diamond automatically thanks to having the founder's card. So in 2024, this didn't happen, and he got a little bit concerned. He went onto the founder's card website, which said, for current active founder card members in good standing, accounts should be updated and extended to 2025 by February 2nd, 2024. If your account is not extended by this date, please email us. So he figured it was a mistake. He figured that it didn't happen on February 2nd like their own site promised. So he emailed them, and at that point, he was quoted a timeline of early March for this match to occur, which surprised him. He thought that seemed excessive. Here he was told he could count on it on their own website to renew on February 2nd, and then he was quoted it would be over a month to wait to actually get that renewal. Then he noticed that the perk of Caesar's diamond matching vanished from the website entirely. There was no more reference to a Caesar's diamond status match on the founder's card website. So he inquired about this. He called up the phone number, and I know you're going to be shocked, but they wouldn't give him a direct answer. That was exactly my situation. They were polite, they were nice, but they were clueless, and they couldn't tell you anything useful. So that's what happened to this guy. Finally, after a lot of emails, he was told by a founder's card rep that the perk was gone. This is what the email said. I'm sorry to report that the Caesars benefit is no longer active. We have removed it from our site, and we are actively working on a replacement for this benefit. I'm so sorry for any disappointment. We've been working with Caesars for about a decade, so this was not expected. Otherwise, we wouldn't have told you just a few days ago that we could get your status corrected. We do have about 500 other benefits of membership as well. I hope you'll take advantage of those. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to let me know. So obviously, this guy was very upset to get that email when just a few days beforehand, they said, don't worry about it. We're going to get you your status. It'll take till March. So now it's like, no, it's not happening at all. So then he found out later that he wasn't completely screwed because Founders claimed they were going to try to process the match for those who requested it in the first week of February, like he did, but that it may or may not work. They did say that anyone who had not requested the upgrade in the first week of February, or anyone who was a new member, would not be getting the Caesars Diamond perk ever again. It's also likely, though they didn't say this, but this is my opinion, it's also likely that if you had the Founders card and you did get the Diamond benefit, because a small number of people who applied in the first week did get it this year, if you did get the benefit this year, then it is unlikely that Caesars is going to reverse this. So once you have it, you're probably keeping it. But I think everybody else is pretty much screwed. Possibly the people in the first week will get it somehow, but I don't think so. So what really happened here? Let's go back to what the customer service agent wrote to this guy. We've been working with Caesars for about a decade, so this was not expected. What does that mean? We've been working with Caesars for about a decade, so it's not expected. Well, it is true. They have been doing this status match for about a decade. But how is it not expected? How could Caesars just pull the rug out? How could Caesars violate whatever contract they have? Well, I can't tell you for sure because I've never seen the exact agreement between Founders Card and Caesars. But at this point, I think there's a good chance that the Caesars Diamond match was a marketing partnership, meaning that I don't think Founders was paying Caesars for this. I think that Caesars was just giving it to those who had the Founders card. Now, why would Caesars do this? Why would they hand out the valuable Diamond status to people who have a completely different company's card? Well, I believe that Caesars, maybe a decade ago, came to the incorrect decision, in my opinion, that people who have the Founders card are rich, and therefore it's good to give them Diamond status in order to entice them to come to Caesars properties and gamble. So they probably thought that they were giving this status match to well-off entrepreneurs who are likely to chunk off money at their properties. Now, why is that a bad assumption? On the surface, you'd think, hey, these people are entrepreneurs, they're doing well, they probably have money. Why wouldn't Caesars want to attract them over there? I'll tell you the problem. The problem is that a lot of people were signing up with the Founders card specifically to avoid gambling. You don't need that stupid Founders card if you're going to gamble a lot and earn Diamond anyway. In fact, you don't even have to gamble that much to earn Diamond. It only requires 15,000 tier credits, which is 150,000 in coin-in a year's time in video poker, and that's if you don't get the bonuses. If you do the bonuses optimally, then you can do it with 5,000 tier credits and get 10,000 bonus tiers, and that's only 50,000 in coin-in. And if you use multiplier days, you can get it for even less. And I'm talking about coin-in, not money lost or money spent. So this is actually not that hard to get. It's going to cost you some money unless you get lucky, but it's not like you've got to play a ton like you have to do to get 7-star. So those who want to get Diamond without having to play that much, which, as I said, isn't very much, they're ones who don't want to gamble. People are getting this specifically not to gamble at your properties. They want to go to Vegas, but they don't want to gamble very much. They want to have Diamond status. They want to skip the lines. They want to have the VIP room. They want to not pay resort fees, which, of course, is pretty valuable these days because it saves you over $50 a night. So it's basically people being cheapskates with your property. Someone's much less likely to gamble if they got Diamond status through the Founders card than if they got Diamond status through a status match with another casino's card. At least those status matches, you're getting gamblers over there. But the Founders card is specifically for people to avoid gambling. So that was a big mistake if Caesars made this as just a marketing partnership, which I now believe they did. The reason I now believe they did is because of the way it was canceled. So since this was a marketing partnership, this is probably something that had a soft agreement. It may not have even had a hard contract requiring Caesars to do anything. This may have just been something that they had an informal agreement that they're going to do. So I'm guessing what happened was Caesars was reviewing what they were doing with Founders Card, and someone smarter over there said, wait a minute, we're not getting much benefit out of this. In fact, maybe they ran the numbers on those who got the diamond through the Founders Card and saw these people barely gambled. And they said, crap, all we're doing is handing out free diamond status to these people to come over to our properties and get their $100 dinner and get to skip the resort fees and getting to clog up our diamond lines. And they're not even gambling here. So they probably figured out this was a very little benefit for them and probably was a net loss. And they must have figured this out sometime in early February, at which point Caesars probably informed Founders Card, hey, you know what, guys? We're not doing this anymore. We quit. We're done. Because if it were a contract, it would have already been renewed. Because remember, this is always happening on February 2nd. So the fact that it didn't happen on February 2nd shows that Caesars decided they're just not going to continue with it anymore. And just said, nope, we decided to stop. Now, I guess it's possible that they did have some kind of contract that they would usually sign in January, and then Caesars dragged their feet with it, and then Caesars ultimately just said no. But I think what's more likely is there was no contract guaranteeing this. It was just something they did, something they had an informal agreement to do, and then Caesars probably emailed them and said, hey, we've decided to stop, and then Founders was probably begging them, saying, come on, what can we do? Can we pay you a little bit? Can we renegotiate this? And Caesars is like, nah, we really don't think so. Let's think about it. And then they probably came back with a hard no like a week later. So that's probably what the delay was. So I think that Founders knew it was very likely to be gone, but didn't want to completely tell everybody yet because they didn't get the 100% hard no. And then once they got the 100% hard no, they broke it to everybody. Or at least those that were asking about it. Maybe Caesars will still give it to those that requested it in that first week. Maybe Founders can say, hey, at least because of the relationship we had for the past decade, can at least give it to these people. But Caesars may just say no. They may just say, forget it. We're not doing this anymore. Sorry. That's what I think happened. I have no proof. That's what I think, though. There were some rumors that the Wyndham Business Earners Card benefit was going to vanish the same way. There was some delay with this. Some people took weeks to get it, but no, it actually did renew, and everybody, to my knowledge, who got the Wyndham Business Earners Card, you have to rematch every year. It doesn't happen automatically, but that everybody who requested it in February now has their Caesars Diamond status. So, Founders Card is no longer a way in, so do not sign up for that. And if you have signed up for it and they've killed this benefit, you should call up and ask for a refund. Now, I'm not talking about if you signed up like 6 months ago, but if you signed up recently, you're not going to be getting the Caesars Diamond match, and you should call up and ask for a refund. And if they won't give it, you should charge it back on your credit card, because they were promising all the way through like mid-February that this was a benefit, and then they just removed it. It's a pretty big benefit to remove. So if you just signed up, I bet you could get a refund for your membership fee. Most of these status matches are really just a marketing partnership. In fact, all of them are. So these status matches, you're not having these casinos paying each other or these other types of businesses paying each other. This is all just like, we want to have each other's customers. We want each other's good customers. That's what this is. But how stupid is Caesars to not realize that the Founders Card was just being used to get in there without gambling and get the diamond? I mean, how could they possibly have made that dumb partnership? The status matching of other casinos makes sense, but this made no sense. So, RIP Founders Card, at least as far as the usefulness to gamblers, but I won't miss it. I never had it. WSOP.com might do away with the very antiquated 888.com software. The WSOP.com software is very old, and people have criticized it not just recently, but even when it first went up back in 2013. People used the software and they couldn't believe how lousy it was, how even in 2013 it was antiquated and lacked features. It just was not good. In fact, the 2003 PokerStars software was better than the 2013 and, in fact, present WSOP.com software. So this was basically like an old version of the 888.com software. And the problem is that due to Nevada regulations, it's not just so simple to push updates like they do at 888. That it requires Nevada Gaming to approve these updates, and it's a whole process. So they've basically kept the same software the whole way. There's been very few updates to this software, and people have hated it. I'm sure you've seen that WSOP has a partnership with GG Poker. GG Poker is all over their felts at the World Series. GG Poker sent a lot of people to the World Series last year. That's part of the reason why they got over 10,000 entrants to the main event. There's a lot of closeness between these two brands, even though GG Poker does not operate in the U.S. And people have wondered now for many years, when's the time going to come that the GG Poker software, which is much better software than the 888 software, becomes WSOP.com. You're not going to be playing against the same pool of players, but at least the software from GG, when is that moving over to WSOP.com? Well, that might finally be happening. Here is an announcement on March 6th, 2024. This is from 888 Holdings, PLC. It says, strategic review of U.S. B2C operations. It says, Authentic Brands Group agrees to consensual license termination for U.S. territory. 888, one of the world's leading betting and gaming companies with internationally renowned brands including William Hill 888 and Mr. Green. I wonder what Mr. Green is. Today announced a strategic review of their U.S. B2C operations. As part of the strategic process, the group will consider all potential alternatives that can deliver value for the business. Such alternatives could include the sale in whole or in part of the group's U.S. B2C business with a controlled exit of the U.S. B2C operations or other possible strategic transactions. Okay, so what does all that mean? First of all, B2C means business to consumer. This refers to the process of selling products and services directly between a business and to consumers who are the end users of these products or services. So companies that sell directly to consumers are B2C companies. So getting back to that announcement, they're basically saying that they're going to be possibly terminating 888's U.S. B2C business-to-consumer business. 888 is active in 4 states, with SI Sportsbook and SI Casino in Michigan, SI Sportsbook in Colorado and Virginia, and 888 Casino in New Jersey. The gross profit margin in the U.S. is lower than the group level, reflecting significant direct costs of operating the market, including duties, market access fees, license fees, in addition to intense competition from well-capitalized incumbent participants. The group has determined that its current schedule will not optimize returns and has initiated a strategic review of the operations. As a result of this determination review, the group has mutually agreed to part ways, concluding its partnership with Authentic Brands Group. This partnership had granted exclusive use of the Sports Illustrated brand for online betting and gaming. As part of the termination agreement, 888 has agreed to pay a fee of $25 million, which will be paid in cash. Additionally, 888 will pay an extra $25 million between 27 and 29. That's 2027 and 29. The termination of this agreement is expected to result in operating cost savings of approximately $6 to $7 million per year in 2024 and 2025. The group has not set a timetable for the completion of its strategic review, and there can be no assurance regarding the results or outcome of the review. The group's existing B2B arrangements in the U.S. are unaffected by today's announcement. Okay, so you may say, wait a minute. This is about some Sports Illustrated brand sportsbook that they're running in Michigan and Colorado and Virginia, and a casino they're running online in New Jersey. What does this have to do with poker? Well, 888 runs the 888 Poker Skin in New Jersey, and they run the WSOP.com in Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. So since they're ending this partnership with the Sports Illustrated sports betting stuff, they might decide that they are also going to leave the U.S. market for WSOP.com, because it really does not make very much money. It's pretty dead. So it's not like they're getting very much benefit there. So there's a good chance that even though this does not directly impact what they're doing at WSOP.com, that this might just be the first domino to fall. Especially with WSOP, with their closeness with GG Poker and all their cross-promotion. In fact, there's even online bracelet events on GG Poker. Why are they still using 888? So it could be even WSOP will want to part ways, even if 888 doesn't. Now, it is possible that 888 takes the attitude that since their business with WSOP is just to supply them the software, so they may not care that much how much activity WSOP is getting. So WSOP.com being a fail site, which it pretty much is, may not bother them if they're going to be paid the same licensing fee either way. I don't know how the licensing fee goes. Maybe it does have to do with activity, but also maybe it doesn't. So it's possible that 888 is just fine collecting the licensing fee that they get for that software that WSOP pays them, but it's very possible that WSOP will jump ship. And it's also possible that 888 is just kind of done with any of these operations with the U.S. Finally, most importantly, they had this fantasy at 888 that they were going to start poker sites on every one of the sports books they're running and eventually have a massive poker site that spans the U.S. But now that they're getting out of the whole sportsbook business in the U.S., this is never going to happen. In fact, they were even going to start an SI, which is Sports Illustrated, poker room at one point to be associated with the SI Sportsbook, and obviously that's not happening now. So they might just look at it like, okay, this is all we have left at this point. All we have left are these poker sites with our very dated software. We don't feel like updating it. It's a waste of our resources. We don't feel like the hassle anymore. Let's just get out of the whole U.S. market. We're almost out anyway. Let's just get out completely. There's no future. Even if we can get some easy licensing money every year for existing software, why do we want to bother? And furthermore, WSOP is going to probably come knocking soon to force us to do a major update, and we don't feel like investing in that. That may very well end up being their position. Or WSOP at the end of the next contract may just say, you know what, we're going to take the GG software. Thank you very much and good night. So we will see. Something pointed out to me by Ari Engel was that one good thing about WSOP.com as it exists now is it has Omaha. Apparently, the GG Poker software does not. I have not used the GG Poker software, so I don't know if that's correct or not. Ari tends to be pretty reliable. Now, I will say, I'm not sure if he told me if it was just tournaments they don't have in Omaha or if they just don't have it at all. But he was telling me he was unhappy that, I think it was Omaha 8, not just Omaha. I'm sure they have PLO. But I think it's Omaha 8 that's missing on GG Poker. If that's the case, if they don't have Omaha 8 on GG Poker software, they definitely need to get that. But aside from that, GG has much better software. So we will see if the GG Poker software ends up being the new WSOP.com. We haven't heard anything about that yet, but this is a possibility. And industry experts who are watching this agree. We got some texts I'm going to read and some things in the chat room. Philosopher said, the racist comments give Maurice a thing he can try to hide behind. It doesn't help at all. Saw24 said, yeah, he does it every time he steals. Yeah, well, That's kind of what I was saying. Like, it's just an extraneous thing that's being brought up that has nothing to do with this, and it shouldn't be a distraction. And that's why that poker org host bringing it up was not appropriate. Bobby Orr asked, "Are you going to Fire Festival 2, Todd?" Yeah, that's unbelievable that that's even being discussed. Though I didn't try to go to Fire Festival 1, so 2 is probably not in the cards either. So those were in the chat room. In the 905, someone asked, "Is tonight's show being done by AI? You're repeating yourself a lot." My response to that is no, it is not by AI, and I'm not repeating myself a lot. No, it's not AI. I'm not repeating myself a lot. And I'm not doing this show with any kind of AI help, and I don't feel I'm really repeating myself. So I don't know what your issue is here, telling me that I'm doing the show by AI and repeating myself when I am not doing that. Okay, so moving on. I have a story here which I got a lot of requests to cover. I knew as soon as this story was posted on the internet that people are going to message it to me and ask me to cover it. And indeed, I got a lot of messages about it because it's right up Poker Fraud Alert's alley. So a man who stayed at the Venetian claims that a scorpion in the room crawled into his bed while he was sleeping and stung him in the testicles. This man's from California. His name is Michael Farchi. He's from Agoura Hills, which is in the LA area. And he said he woke up in excruciating pain while he was sleeping at the Venetian. He said, "It felt like somebody was stabbing me in my private area. It felt like a sharp glass or a knife." He said, "I went to the restroom and I saw a scorpion hanging on my underwear." And then he checked out a day early and the hotel comped his room. He took pictures of the scorpion. It's like a yellow scorpion. And the first picture is on his underwear, and he took that in the room. And the second picture is more of a close-up of the scorpion. It's dead at this point. He said, "I don't even know how it got in the room. I didn't ask how it got in the room. It was just under my cover," referring to the covers in the bed. I have a copy of the report of this incident that he filed at the Venetian. This incident occurred on December 27th, 2023. It was in room number 3726. I guess the report was the 27th. I guess the incident was the 26th. It happened around 8 a.m., he wrote, and it happened in bed in the suite. He wrote, "I have been bitten by a scorpion at my groin/testicles." The question on the form asking, "What, if any, injuries did you sustain?" He wrote, "A lot of pain." Now, here's the weird part. It says, "If applicable, please circle the number which best describes the pain level of your injuries due to the incident," and it went from 1 to 10. He actually circled 4. Okay, so hang on a second. A scorpion stung you in the testicles, and your pain level was a 4? A 4 is actually below what's classified as moderate pain. So unless he was indicating how much it hurt right at that moment when he filled out this form, that's not all that bad. I'd expect it to be much worse. It says on the form, "Whom do you consider to blame?" He wrote, "The Venetian." He said, "Everybody was in shock. Nobody believed. Even I couldn't believe it." He said that he is considering legal action and has retained an attorney named Brian Virag. His attorney said he's confident the resort has policies and procedures in place to avoid situations like this one, but that they need to follow these procedures that they have set forth. So it looks like he's planning to sue and his attorney even spoke to Channel 8 News in Las Vegas. The Venetian said the resort has protocols for all incidents, and we can only confirm that they were followed in this incident. So they wouldn't say anything further. But it really does look like that this guy is getting ready to sue the Venetian. Now, what kind of chance does he have of winning such a lawsuit? Well, I don't think it's very good. The reason I don't think his chances are very good is because he can't prove that the scorpion was a result of the hotel's negligence. It's very possible the scorpion could have hitched a ride onto his luggage and that the scorpion came from home or somewhere else he stopped before he got to the casino. It could have been in his car, for example. And it's very possible he took his luggage out of the car and wheeled it over to his room, and the scorpion was just there, and then crawled off of it, and then stung him overnight while he was sleeping. It's also possible he didn't get stung at all, and he is making all of this up, and actually took a scorpion that he killed at home to the Venetian and claimed this injury. It's also possible he got stung at home by the scorpion and figured that after he killed the scorpion, he would just bring it to the Venetian and claim it happened there. He could have done a lot of things to falsify this, or it's very possible that he thinks it came from the Venetian, but it wasn't, that it was something that came along with him and he just doesn't know it. But there really is no way to prove that the scorpion just was in the room and that they failed to control it. Now, if there were an infestation of scorpions in the room, that would be a lot more convincing, especially if they were in other rooms as well. Then he could claim that the housekeeping and maintenance procedures were not good enough to keep the pests under control. But a single scorpion, I can't see how he can lay the blame at their feet. Additionally, scorpions are difficult to stop with pesticides. So it's not just a matter of spraying to keep the scorpions away. In fact, when it comes to keeping scorpions away, the advice is to kill other bugs because the scorpions are just very hard to get rid of themselves. So you just want to remove their food sources, and that tends to be the most effective way to keep them out of there. Now, we do have some attorneys that post on VegasCasinoTalk.com, which is a sister site to Poker Fraud Alert, and we got some comments from these attorneys. So, a poster on the site named M-Dog, who is kind of controversial because of the gambling wins that he claims to have, but those controversies don't apply to this, so I'll take his word as an attorney as something worth repeating on this show. M-Dog wrote that just because he can't prove that the scorpion was already in the room, it doesn't mean that this claim fails automatically. He said that there has to be some kind of evidence to support the alternate theory as to how the scorpion got there, or at minimum some kind of motive, such as dire financial need, which must be unearthed. Otherwise, every insurance claim would fail when there's alternate theories for what happened. So he's basically saying that even though the scorpion could have been brought in by him, either intentionally or unintentionally, then the Venetian's defense claiming that would have to show that, or would have to show that he's bringing this insurance claim because he happened to have just lost all his money. But otherwise, it could just be seen by the court that the Venetian's making excuses when they couldn't keep bugs out of the room. He also said that my belief that the Venetian doesn't have a duty of care regarding keeping every bug out of the room is incorrect. He said there is a duty to provide a room free of dangerous insects, whether one or an infestation. This is a sealed hotel room. It's not a villa or a bungalow on the ground floor. This doesn't have doors right out to the desert. He said, duty isn't the stumbling block here. The question for the claim here would be breach, causation, and damages, and whether the Venetian was the actual cause of the scorpion. If you get a jury to buy that, then the legal case, foreseeability that he'd be bitten, is a snap, and then you have damages. So this M-Dog guy thinks that the guy's claim is probably worth something. He might be right. It's possible that the Venetian will settle on this. They may also settle just to keep this out of the news further. It's already made it in the news, and people have been laughing about it, but they might not want this to be continuously in the news, with them defending of why a scorpion bit someone's testicles, and yet they are not responsible. So, depending on how much this guy's asking for, he'll probably get paid something. Is there much you can do as a visitor to a hotel room to prevent your testicles from being stung by a scorpion while you sleep? No. I do wonder how this even happened. Like, let's say the scorpion was in the room. What would compel the scorpion to climb into his bed and go to his underwear and sting him directly in the testicles? I mean, it could happen, but scorpions aren't necessarily just coming to attack you for no reason. The sting of the scorpion is something defensive. And so if you're sleeping, you're not really presenting a threat to the scorpion. That's what I'm not understanding. You're way too big for the scorpion to think it's going to eat you or use you as food or do anything like that. So it doesn't see you as prey. And you're not a threat to it. You're not a threat to it by just sleeping there. So that's what's weird to me. Now, it's not impossible because, say the scorpion crawled into the bed and was just kind of searching around the bed, and then this person moved while he was in his sleep, then the scorpion could have seen that as a threat and stung, and it could have just been really unlucky it hit his testicles. I don't know if he has any kind of real medical documentation. He said that his injury is, quote, a lot of pain. So maybe he can't even show that there's a real injury there. Or I can claim that it was red at one point but went away. So who knows if this is real? I've never heard of something like this before. I haven't heard of this in a hotel. I haven't heard of this in a house. Have you ever heard of someone who's sleeping at home and a scorpion crawls into their bed and stings their testicles? In fact, it would be more likely to happen in your home than in a hotel room. In a high-rise hotel, you're especially unlikely to be stung by a scorpion. In your home, yeah, scorpions can get in. But I've never seen a scorpion in my bed. I've seen scorpions in the house. I've never seen scorpions in the bed. Something's very suspicious about this whole thing. Especially he grabs in a turning right away. I don't know about all this. I wonder what the Venetian thinks. I wonder if the Venetian is suspicious that this whole story is fabricated. Well, as usual on this show, it's getting pretty late. It always ends up late at night when I do this show. And I can't believe here, it's almost 2 a.m. already. It's very late, and that means it's time for... Hello, Colonel Nigel Fabersham here. Oh, you remember me? Remember when I used to be part of this show? I guess I'm just supposed to jump on cue like a trained monkey. Alright, well, this is Druffytime Theater. Dandruff will tell you stories about himself, which are usually rather embarrassing, and I don't know why he does it. Like, you'd think he'd want to maintain a modicum of respect now that he's got a monetized show on YouTube. But no, he just plods on with these banal stories about his past, which he expects you to want to listen to. In any case, on with it. Yes, this is Druffytime Theater. Thank you, Colonel Fabersham. This is where I tell you stories from my past, from my present, stuff from my personal life so you can get to know me a bit better. This Druffytime Theater does go back a ways. It goes all the way back to the early part of 1991, more than 33 years before today. And if you've read the forum, you've already seen the story. Sometimes I repeat forum stuff, sometimes I do radio exclusive stuff. But I did post it on the forum already. So if you want to see a written form of this or anything, I guess you can go to the forum. Otherwise, just listen to me. It's an interesting story. It's a weird story. And it's one I had not thought of for a very long time. Which is how I'm coming up with any stories to tell for Druffytime Theater these days. Because we've done so many of these, I'm running out of stuff to tell. And there's not enough new things happening in my life that are worth talking about that would make this show So as I keep telling stories from the past, I'm running out of things. But this is one I dug into my memory and came up with, and boy, it's a bizarre one. I should have told you this one before. So the first half of 1991, I'm talking about January through June, it was a bizarre and surreal time for me. Now, I was 19 years old, so I wasn't very old, obviously. I was in college. It was my first year in college. But a lot of strange things happened during that 6-month stretch. Usually not very good things either. So it was kind of a tough 6 months for me. But I had it occur over and over that I seemingly had a chance to either date or hook up with a very attractive girl. But then something always seemed to ruin it before it could happen. It was really, really, really frustrating. So I must have had like 8 opportunities in that 6-month period with pretty girls at college who I could tell had a very high likelihood of being interested in me. And I was never one of these guys who was delusional or thought that girls liked me when they really didn't, or took just friendliness as flirting. I was pretty good at being able to tell the real thing from just standard friendliness. So really, in all 8 of those cases, it was pretty clear that the girl liked me. But none of these translated into any kind of success. Of those 8 I was talking about in the first half of 1991, the number that turned into anything, even in the short term, was
0.0.
So I'm giving away something right now in this story. That the girl I'm going to tell you about here is one I never hooked up with, never dated, nothing like that. As much as it's going to sound like it's going that direction in the story. So I'm going to tell you a story from January of 91, towards the end of January. One of those failures, the most bizarre of all of them. And I'm going to give you some possibilities in the middle of the story as to what went wrong. And I'll let you guess it, and then I'll complete the story, so you'll see if you're right or wrong. So something I didn't realize when I was in college was that people did not have to start in the fall quarter. They didn't have to start in September. They could actually come in the middle of the year, because there were waiting list admissions for those that didn't quite make it into the school, but were there on the waiting list for when people would inevitably flunk out, and then they'd replace the flunked out students. The flunked out, the dropped out, whatever. Just people who are there for the first quarter and then leave. So there were people that were coming in during the winter quarter, which began in January, and that year was January 91, and they would be new to the school even though everybody else had been there since September. So I didn't even know this at first. I lived in a high-rise dorm building. Well, sort of high-rise. It was like 8 floors. And it was half male and half female on the floors. So there were females on my floor, but they weren't next door to me or anything. It was all dudes on one side and all girls on the other side. And by side, I mean the direction you walk from the elevator. So if you get out of the elevators and go straight, you'd get into the girls' hall. If you got out of the elevator and turned left, then you would be in the guys' hall. But it was all on the same floor. And there was a lounge, which was on the girls' side, that was open to everybody, not just the girls. And that's where you could study or just kind of hang out. So you would sometimes interact with the girls in that lounge, or you just kind of see them around and get to know them that way. So I was just kind of walking down the hallway one day in January of 91, and the guy who lived directly across from me in that dorm, whose name was Jerry, he asked me if I've seen the new chick on our hall. And I said I hadn't. So he was referring to on the girls' side. There's a new girl there. So he said, oh, man, you got to see her. I thought she was just visiting here, but I keep seeing her around. And I finally realized she just moved here this quarter. And, then we had a discussion that this is possible. I didn't even know this before he told me, but that it's possible that people could start the school in January, replacing those who flunked out. And apparently someone in the dorm on the girls' side had left the school or flunked out, and she had replaced that girl. So he's saying, I got to see her. I said, well, why? Is she pretty? And he said, oh, dude, she's the best looking in the entire dorm. I can't believe we got her here on our floor. So he said, she's very quiet, though. He said, I never see her talking to anyone. Never see her hanging out with anyone. In fact, it took me weeks to realize she's even here. So, but she's in the lounge right now if you want to see her. So, of course, I was very curious. I wanted to see this girl that he said was the hottest girl in the whole dorm and now lives on our floor. This mysterious girl who's barely out, usually hiding in her room. So I said, yeah, let's go see. So we walked down the hall over to the lounge, and he was right. She was probably the prettiest girl I'd seen in the entire dorm, not just the hall. I mean, like the entire 8 floors there. I hadn't been to every of the 8 floors, but just from seeing all the girls around, she was the prettiest one I'd seen yet, and he thought so too. So I agreed with his assessment, but I wasn't going to try to make any kind of move on her or anything like that. I was curious, but now that I saw it, I was like, okay, now what? She was just kind of sitting in the corner studying or something. And I thought about it. She'd been in the dorm for weeks. She completely avoided interaction with everybody. And it seemed like this was the first time she even went into that lounge. And she was just there to study. So, I didn't want to disrupt her. And I figured she probably has a boyfriend back home. And that's why she's not interacting much. Or maybe she's just introverted and just not interested in socializing or dating. Whatever it was, I wasn't going to just force myself into talking to her and having that whole awkward situation when she seems to not want to interact with anybody. So I wasn't going to make any kind of move or anything, and I was just kind of standing there talking to Jerry, just making small talk, pretending we're just in there for a different reason. But I wasn't going to stay in for very long. And the other thing was, even if she was more sociable, I just kind of felt like how am I going to be the one to get her? I didn't think I was ugly or anything, and there were girls over the past 2 years prior to that had liked me and were attracted to me. But, this is the prettiest girl in the whole dorm. I'm thinking, she's going to like some other guy over me. There's no way she's going to pick me there. So even if she was more sociable, I said this is a waste of time. So I wasn't going to do anything. I wasn't going to say anything, wasn't going to do anything. I saw her. It was interesting, kind of wondering why she wasn't talking to anybody in the whole place for a few weeks, but whatever. I was about to walk out of there. I kind of felt weird just kind of being there looking at her with Jerry there. So I was about to walk out, and then suddenly the door swung open, and a few more guys came in because they noticed what we did. They noticed she was in the lounge for the first time. They wanted to get to know her. So, once the other dudes were in there too, I figured, okay, I'll stay, just going to see how all this plays out. So one of the guys, probably the one who was the most confident, a good-looking guy, he had a lot of game, he got a lot of girls there. So, I think this guy felt that he had a good chance. So he tried to break the ice and talk to her. Well, it was a complete fail. She was giving some kind of semi-polite, short responses, and once he started to flirt with her, she just shut it down immediately. I don't remember exactly what she said because it's been 33 years, but she made some kind of snide remark back to him. And everyone actually laughed at him because of what she said back. It was such a harsh rejection. And he just kind of went quiet at that point. He didn't know what to say. So she definitely wanted no part of that. Now, you'd think this would dissuade the other guys who had walked in from talking to her, but it did not. Somehow this broke the ice some, and other guys started to attempt to talk to her as well. But it didn't do any better. Every guy that tried to speak to her, she was just giving short and cold responses. She clearly had no interest in any of them, and in fact, she didn't even want to talk like she was interested in being their friend or having anything to do with them. She just was really kind of trying to push them away. So it seemed to be an epic fail all around for all these dudes trying to get her attention. She just wanted nothing to do with them in any way, shape, or form. So finally, after the third or fourth guy hit the rejection wall, I made some kind of joke about the situation. And again, I don't remember what I said, but this is the first time I spoke since all these people walked in. I made some kind of joke about the last one. And then she laughed. This is the first time I saw a smile or a laugh out of her. This is the first positive thing I saw from her to anyone. And it was to me. She thought what I said was funny. So I wasn't too flattered because I thought that she was laughing because she was irritated by these guys, and I made kind of a derisive comment about one of them. So I thought that's the reason she was laughing. So I wasn't like, oh, wow, she likes me. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, that landed well. It's the first thing that's landed well with her from anyone. But this did make me a little more comfortable to then chime in with other people attempting to still talk to her. And it just seemed like everything that I said was hitting right. Everybody else that was trying to talk to her, again, she was just being kind of cold. She seemed uninterested. She seemed unimpressed. But anything I said, she was much warmer. She smiled. She was giving me long answers. We would go back and forth. It seemed like she was very interested in everything I had to say. And everybody else, she acted like they were a bother. Well, this was very flattering to me. At this point now, I'm starting to think, wow, I've definitely got something here that the others don't. I don't know what it is, but there's something she really likes about me. And they were all kind of surprised, too. They were kind of wondering, like, of all people, like, why is it me that she seems to be into talking to, and the rest of them she finds to be just very uninteresting. So I kept it up. I just kept talking to her. And eventually, pretty much everybody shut up there because they got the picture that she didn't want to talk to any of them, and she was really only interested in talking to me. So some of them left when they saw they weren't getting anywhere, but a few people stayed behind. And it was really just me and her talking back and forth while the rest of the guys stayed quiet. And the conversation kept going well. It grew warmer. She even started to give me some unsolicited compliments. At one point, she said something like, "You're the only person I've met on this whole campus that's interesting." It just seemed like not only did she want to talk to me, but she just had a lot of nice things to say about me. And this is with like 3 guys in the room still watching. She's saying I'm the only interesting one. So what does that say about them? But anyway, everything was going great. I couldn't figure out why. Didn't know what was so great about me compared to everybody else, but I wasn't going to question it. Just going to keep on doing what I'm doing. So eventually she said she had to go to the bathroom, but made sure I understood that she wasn't leaving, that she just was going to the bathroom and she's going to come right back, and she asked me to stay. She said, I'm just going to the bathroom and be right back, so I'd like to keep talking to you, so just stick around. So I said, okay, I'll stick around. So she walked out, and then the 3 remaining guys in the room broke their silence, because they'd been quiet for a while now, just listening to me and her talk. So Jerry said, "Oh, dude, she really likes you. I don't know what the fuck you did, but she's really into you." And another one asked if I'm going to ask her out. The third guy asked, or I guess he told me that I can't fuck this one up, that I've got to take this huge opportunity here. So I said, guys, don't make remarks like this when she comes back here. It's going to be awkward. Just please don't say anything. Please just let us talk, and don't say anything that's going to mess this up for me. So they agreed. They're not going to make any remarks. They're just going to let it all play out. They're just going to watch. So then she came back in. She had a big smile on her face, and she moved to a closer spot in the room to me. She was on the complete other side of the room the entire time she was talking to me, but when she came back in, she sat pretty close to me. Not like right next to me, but pretty close to me. So she sat down close to me and said, "Okay, so what were we just talking about again?" So this seemed like a dream situation. I hadn't yet accomplished anything there, but it seemed like a dream situation. And it felt so good that she liked me and nobody else. But this did not become anything. It went nowhere. So what happened? So I'm going to give you 10 options to consider here. One of them's correct. One of them is, I'd say, maybe partially correct at most. And the rest are not correct at all. Option number 1, she had a boyfriend back home and was annoyed when I eventually asked her out. Option number 2, she was politically liberal, and when I said something about being a Republican, it offended her and she no longer liked me. Option number 3, she was put off when I criticized my recent ex-girlfriend and told me off. And by the way, I did just recently have a breakup prior to that. Not someone at the school, but I did just recently have a breakup. Option number 4, I made a bad sexual joke which didn't land and her opinion of me changed. Option number 5, she realized that I had dated her friend back home, and that friend had said bad things about me. She realized I was the same guy. Option number 6, she was actually a lesbian. Option number 7, she only liked me as a friend, and this led to an argument once I realized it. Option number 8, when I stood up, she remarked that I was too tall and that she only dates guys who are under 6 foot. Option number 9, I reminded her too much of her ex-boyfriend, which she soon realized after talking to me. And option number 10, by a coincidence, I knew her ex from the prior year and had accidentally destroyed their relationship back then without even knowing it. So it's one of these 10 is what ruined the whole thing. Do you have any idea which of the 10 it is? Well, I will conclude the story and you will find out. So remember, she had just come back from the bathroom, had asked me to stay in the lounge and keep talking to her. She sat close to me. She had a big smile on her face, very excited to keep talking to me. The guys there, including Jerry, said they would shut up and not interfere. So she and I continued to talk, and everything was still going well. For about 15 minutes, Jerry and the other 2 guys kept quiet like they had promised. But then Jerry couldn't stay silent anymore. So everything had been going well, including when she came back from the bathroom. We had good chemistry, and I was becoming impressed with her even more. Not only was she pretty, but she came off very smart, too. So I was really liking her more and more as the conversation was going on. And I was also being careful. I wasn't changing anything because I was doing everything right. I didn't want to mess anything up by changing course. But I was careful not to say anything to mess it up. I didn't want to say anything stupid. I didn't want to say anything to sound desperate. I didn't want to say anything weird or offbeat. I just stuck to what I was doing because it was working. So if it works, don't fix it. I did not want to ruin the lofty initial opinion she had of me. But the conversation was going so well, I didn't have to try that hard. It was just naturally working out. I was naturally saying all the right things. So as I said, about 15 minutes into the post-bathroom break conversation, Jerry ended up piping up about something. See, what happened was she was from Orange County, California, and I went to school in Santa Barbara, and those two are about 125 miles apart. So she was complaining about the fact that even though it's not that far, that the long-distance calls back home are very expensive, which was true then. It's not true anymore, but back then it was true. In fact, it could be even more expensive than calling all the way across the country, especially if you called during the day. So she was very unhappy with that and was complaining that the phone bills were going to be high. So Jerry couldn't stay silent any longer. Remember, I was part of the computer and phone hacking communities in the 80s and early 90s, and Jerry knew about this. So Jerry could not stay silent any longer. He said, "Todd, tell her about the phone stuff you can do. You can help her." So I did have the ability back then to make free phone calls if I wanted. It wasn't legal, but I had a way to do it. So I didn't want to bring this up because I did not want this to sound weird or off-putting to her. There's a lot of ways it could. She could find it to be immoral. She could just think it's strange that a guy would know how to do this. I just didn't want to throw this in at this point. If I got to know her better, yeah, but not on the first night I'm talking to her. I don't want to bring that up. How well everything was going, I did not want to throw in a wild card like that, even if it seemed like it could help her. But I don't think Jerry was trying to say anything to mess it up. I think he just heard that and he knew I could do it, and he figured he would be helping me by pointing out that I could help her. So I tried to change the subject. I said, "Oh, no, I don't want to talk about phone stuff right now." And he said, "Oh, no, really? You should show her. It would be really helpful. She's complaining about how much it's costing her. You could help her not have to pay that money." So then she said, no, I'd like to hear about this. So now I was forced to talk about it. So I said, it's no big deal. I just have some ways to make some free long-distance calls. It's not legal, though. You probably don't want to do it. So, if you're really interested, I could show you. But, I really don't want to talk about this right now. So then she didn't really answer yes or no if she wanted me to show her, but then Jerry jumped to something else. He says, oh, wait, you should show her the other phone stuff too. It's really interesting. Like you can fuck around with the operator and get him all worked up. It's so funny. Like you got to show her this stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, Jerry, why are you saying this stuff? Like, yeah, it was true. I had a way to prank the operator. Remember when you'd get an operator on the phone? There's no operators anymore. There hasn't been for a long time. But remember when you could prank the operator? But if you did, the operator could like freeze up your line and do things back to you. So I knew of this company. It was called ITI, and it only did long distance calls for payphones, for privately owned payphones. So not even the ones owned by the phone company. And I knew a way to basically trick them into believing that you were at a payphone when you weren't. So you could call them from your home phone. They'd think you're at one of their payphones. And I could put myself in any location in the country, even these like far-flung locations like in the Alaskan wilderness or whatever. And then you can work that into the story. So you can make the, like really ridiculous phone calls as if you're at a payphone somewhere. And then you can just tell them the craziest stories, and you can just start saying all these outrageous things to them. And all of their employees were trained to be like overly polite, and they can't question anything. So no matter the most outrageous, stupid shit you say to them, they have to treat it as if it's serious and reply to you in a serious fashion. So it was kind of funny to mess with them that way. So anyway, I had shown Jerry and some of the people in the dorms this, and they thought it was so funny. So now he's telling me that I should show her this stuff. Well, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want her to hear about me making prank calls. And like she's having a good time talking to me. She thinks I'm smart. She thinks I'm mature. She thinks I'm interesting. I don't want to hear hearing about prank calls to the operator. Like, again, maybe after I got to know her better and I thought she'd be receptive to this, I would show it to her. But this isn't a subject I want to bring up on the first night when everything's going well. So I was trying to downplay it. I said, oh, come on, it's kind of stupid. It's just me kind of screwing around on here one time. I don't think she wants to hear about this. So then she said, no, I actually do. I want to hear about this operator thing. It sounds really funny. I said, okay, fine. Okay. You see, there's this long-distance company. It's called ITI. They only complete calls from payphones, and you can't get them in your house. It's only for payphones. And, I figured out how the system works, and I could basically dial in and make it appear as if I'm at a payphone anywhere in the world. And, I told her the whole thing I just told you. I told her the whole spiel. And then right when I was finished explaining it to her, I'm like, oh my God, I made myself look like a fucking weirdo. I just screwed it all up. And she sat there stone-faced. She didn't immediately reply to me. This is the first time she had no response to something I said. I'm like, oh my God, I just messed this up. And I was going to kill Jerry for this. So she's just kind of still sitting there for, 10 more seconds. And I figured I have to break the silence there and say something to maybe save face. So I said, well, as I said, it's kind of stupid. It's just something I did once in a while here with some people at the dorms to screw around. And then she said something back I did not expect. She said, actually, it's not stupid at all. It's actually really smart. Because ITI is the only co-cot long-distance company without ANI. And that's what allows you to falsify your location with them. And that's why there's never any consequence when you fuck around with them like that. I was like, what? What?
What?
How could you have known that? This is all correct what she just said. And she's using all the correct terminology. How could she know all of this? So the phone hacker community of 1991 was not very large, and there were very few girls that were a part of it, as you might guess. It was kind of like poker, it's almost all dudes. So you get to know the few girls that are part of it, especially the ones in your relative local area. So a girl like that who was part of the phone hacker community that was in Southern California, I'd have to know who that was. And I had no idea who she was. There wasn't anyone who matched that description that I didn't already know. So I'm thinking, what the hell? How does she know all this stuff? And of all things, how can the hottest girl in the whole dorm be into all this nerdy phone stuff? It didn't make any sense to me. And what were the chances that I would run into her there and that this would get brought up and we'd realize this? So I asked her how she knew about this. And before she answered, I thought, wow, this girl's even looking more like my dream girl. So she's super hot. She's intelligent. We have this mutual interest in phone hacking. And before even finding out about the phone stuff, she already found me to be the most interesting man on campus and told me so. So this couldn't be more perfect. I looked over at Jerry and the other two guys, and they were speechless. Their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing here. It was like a beautiful girl from phone heaven dropped into my lap. I was still in shock, but I had a good feeling, obviously, about where this was going. Like, how could it have messed up? So I asked her where she learned about this stuff. And she said, my ex-boyfriend was a phone hacker. I mean, he taught me some things. And I said, oh, well, who was it? Maybe I know him. She said, his name was Nick. He went by Nick the Brick on the bridges. The bridges were like party lines that the phone hackers would use to talk to each other, so they didn't have to give each other's personal info out. So she asked if I had heard Nick the Brick on these bridges. Well, yeah, I had. I remembered Nick the Brick. I'd never met him in person, but I'd heard him on those lines. So I said, yeah, I've talked to him a few times, and yeah, he seems cool enough. I didn't get to know him that well, but you were his girlfriend before. Small world. So she said, the reason I know about ITI, that was that long-distance company that you could mess with the operator, is because Nick was calling the bridge when I was over at his house, and he put it on speaker and told me I had to listen to one of the prank calls. He said it was the funniest shit he ever heard. And she said, yeah, and when I listened to it, it really was fucking funny. And the guy making the calls, when I listened, was named Todd, so that has to be you, right? So she had heard me before. She had heard me on there making the calls, and she definitely did, because I did make the calls to ITI on that bridge where Nick the Brick was the prior summer. So 100% this was really what she had heard. She knew about it. And she told me she thought the calls were really funny, that Nick introduced her to them, and that she thought it was really funny too. So wow, it got even better. She heard me making a prank call and she thought it was hilarious. I mean, I couldn't do anything wrong with her, even in the past. So I told her, yeah, it was definitely me. Had to be me. Because I said, I was just on there in the summer and just three-weighing that on sometimes when I was bored, and everyone seemed to like it, so I kept doing it. So she said, Nick was probably your biggest fan with all that stuff. I'm surprised you don't remember that part. She said, he was one of the guys who kept begging you to call over and over. And I said, yeah, you know what? There were some guys that kept begging me to call over and over. And I know some of them, like, every time they heard my voice, they kept begging me to call up ITI and prank them. And, maybe one of them was Nick. I guess I didn't really pay attention. So she said, well, I guess you got tired of them asking you all the time because you showed them how to do it, including Nick. And then Nick started doing it all the time himself. Like, he couldn't get enough of it. He's doing it over and over and over again. Whenever I'd be with him, he's pranking ITI over and over again. So then her voice started to get less animated, and it started to sound a little more like annoyance. So I'm like, uh-oh, this just kind of brought back a bad memory about her relationship with Nick and how he learned from me how to prank call this ITI company and was doing it constantly. And it was probably annoying to her. So I had to distance myself from Nick. I said, well, yeah. It does get to be too much. I'll do it like one or two times, and then I get bored, and I don't do it again for a while. And she says, exactly. Nick was obsessed with it. He'd just do it all day and all night. He wouldn't stop. She said, I thought it was funny too, but not something to do all day, every day, but that's what he wanted to do. Every single time we were together after that, he just kept calling over and over and over again. It became really tough on our relationship. So I'm like, I can't believe this shit. I affected the relationship before I even knew her? So I said, well, I can't believe he did that. I'm sorry it turned into that. Like, I was just having fun with it. I don't know why he got obsessed with it. It definitely gets boring and repetitive if you do it enough. So he should have listened to you, and you said you don't like it anymore, and you wanted him to stop. So I thought I was doing a pretty good job with separating myself from Nick there. It's not like I was defending the guy spending all day making those prank calls. But she kept going on. She said, but he didn't listen. He just kept calling. He wouldn't do anything else with me. That's all we did. It was really hurting our relationship. I kept telling him I wasn't going to stay with him if he kept doing this, but he didn't take me seriously. So I finally had to leave him. That's why we broke up. So, this caused a breakup. Well, I really had to make sure that I showed empathy and that I was on her side on this, which I actually was. In fact, I was thinking, what the hell was this guy's problem? This girl was really, really, really pretty, and she was smart, and she was interesting. Like, why would you spend all day prank calling the operator when she's right there with you? I know that's not what I would have done if she were right there with me. So I said, well, I don't know what he was thinking. If I was doing that around a girlfriend and she didn't want me to keep doing it, I would have stopped doing it and just did it when I was alone. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't stop when you asked him to stop. And she said, yeah, I kept telling him that, but he just didn't get it. But you know what? It was really, really hard to walk away from him because he and I had been together for 2 years and I was really in love with him. And I thought he was going to be the one. But this ITI stuff, it ruined the whole thing. And it was all your fault. And she walked out of the room. That was it. She was almost in tears when she said it was all your fault. She paused before that final line. She really believed it was my fault that she and Nick broke up because I taught him how to prank call the ITI operator. And even though I tried as hard as I could to assure her that I thought Nick was being unreasonable, it didn't matter because I taught him how to do this. It was my fault. She was in love with him. They broke up because of this. It was my fault. She stormed out of the room. And I could not believe how this went wrong so quickly. I mean, what are the chances of the whole thing? What are the chances that she would happen to be the ex-girlfriend of this guy I knew from the phone community in 1990 from 125 miles away? And that his learning how to prank call a long-distance company would cause the demise of their 2-year relationship. And then she'd blame me for it. And this would be after I had otherwise really impressed her. This seemed like something out of a dream. It felt like I would wake up at any moment in my bed and tell my roommate about the bizarre dream I just had. But it was real. This insanely coincidental event had really just happened before my eyes. And I looked over at Jerry and the other two guys, and their shock was even greater than mine. They were just sitting there with their mouths wide open. They couldn't believe this. Jerry asked, did that really just happen? And I said, I don't believe it either, but I'm afraid it did. So then he asked if she was telling the truth about knowing all this phone stuff. And I said, yes. And yes, I think the story about Nick is true. I think the whole thing's true. So he asked, do you think she's actually pissed at you? And I said, it seems like she is. It seems like she blames me for the whole thing. So he told me that doesn't make sense. Maybe I should go out and find her and try to get her to understand. And I'm like, you know what? No, I don't think she wants to talk to me anymore. I think she hates me now. So I think it's just better I stay away. So he's like, dude, I can't believe this all happened. What are the chances? And I said, well, I have to say this is not what I expected when he brought me over to this lounge with her. So we all had a laugh and we all walked out of the room. So you might wonder what happened after that, though. Remember, she still is in the dorms. I got to see her after this. Not like every day, but I'll see her around, right? We've got 5 more months in the school year. Well, no, I never saw her again. So she either dropped out of school or transferred out of that dorm. Maybe she didn't want to be there with me. I don't know. I never saw her again. She was just gone. And it wasn't because she was keeping to herself, because there's no way she could have completely hidden from me and Jerry and everybody else for the next 5 months until the school year was over. I mean, she definitely was just gone. So we don't know exactly when she moved out or why, but she was gone. So the correct choice of the ones I gave you was that by coincidence, I knew her ex from 1990 and accidentally destroyed the relationship back then without realizing it. That was what ruined it. The funny thing is, if Jerry had not brought up all this phone stuff that he was just doing to be helpful, even though I told him to shut up, but if he hadn't done that, I bet things would have worked, at least for the short term, because she really seemed to like me. But not only was there the coincidence that there was this connection to me and she'd even heard me before, but it came up that night. And she blamed me for ruining her relationship a year prior. I still can't believe that happened. This is just like a random pretty girl that was in the dorm that had moved to our floor. How was that connection found? How did this exist? How did this happen? Someone on the forum said that I fumbled it. I don't agree. I was trying not to talk about all this phone stuff. It just kept getting forced on me by Jerry. And I kept trying to downplay it. And how was I supposed to know that all this crap happened with her and Nick? I still don't know why Nick did this shit. Unless this was like a way to get rid of her or something. But I think he was just so obsessed with it. Because I do remember there were some dudes on there. I wasn't sure if it was Nick specifically, but there were some dudes on there that really were obsessed with it. Every time they heard my voice, like, oh man, you got to call ITI right now. It's so funny. Like every time I got sick of it. Like that's why I finally taught some people. Because I just got sick of doing it myself. It got repetitive to me. And then they started doing it like on the line themselves, like hours and hours and hours every day. And I just stopped calling in for that reason. It got boring. So that was the story. Isn't that weird? Now, something impactful did happen just a few days before this story took place. Something impactful that affects my life today. A few days prior to this, actually a few days, I caught a ride back to LA from the campus ride board, where you sign up and people call you and ask if you want to ride with them, and you pay them a little money, and it covers their car expenses, the gas, whatever, and then they drive you to roughly where they live. They'll drop you off in some kind of public place, and then you get a lot closer to home. And then you have your parents pick you up or take a bus or whatever. So I didn't have a car with me there, so I got to ride off the ride board to go back to LA. And when the car arrived, a tall, skinny guy jumped out of the passenger seat and asked, "Who's taller?" And he demanded we stand back to back to figure it out. And I said, "Why do we need to know who's taller? It's very close." And he said, "So we can figure out who gets the front seat." So this weird guy thought that whoever is a tiny bit taller than the other is the one who deserves the front seat in the car. Like, he really thought if one of us is 6'2" and a quarter and one of us is 6'2", the 6'2" and a quarter guy should get it. So who is this weird guy? It was one Ken Scaler. So that's how I met Master Scaler for the first time. Just a few days before this story took place. So yeah, that was really, really weird. I swear, after she walked out of there, I kind of like wondered how this was even possible. I thought like someone's putting me on or something, but it was real. Very, very strange. Imagine if she left the dorms because of me. Like, it's still possible that's what she did. That's it. Very possible. She's like, "Oh my God, the guy who ruined my relationship with Nick lives here. I must leave. I can't see him every day. It will remind me of Nick. It will make me cry. I have to switch dorms. I can't handle this. This guy and his stupid party lines and long distance companies." So strange. Well, I hope you enjoyed this edition of Druffytime Theater. I will move on. Remember the Las Vegas A's supposedly coming from Oakland? Remember that whole thing? Remember how it seemed like a done deal? Then it wasn't a done deal? Then there started to be some doubt cast. The last coverage I gave you of this explained how the site is not big enough to have a retractable roof, which I guess takes additional room. And the problem is that they can't build upwards. They can't make it taller because it's too close to the airport. So that's already a big problem as far as the design. But not to be deterred, the Oakland A's have released a drawing of what they expect the stadium is going to look like. And it's very different than what all of us were expecting. We kind of expected a typical looking stadium, maybe a little smaller than normal because they were not going to have like 56,000 seats like Dodger Stadium does. It was going to be like 35,000, but it's kind of a modern, typical stadium. No, it looks like the Sydney Opera House. I kid you not. It's not clear why they chose that design for baseball, but that's what it looks like. The concept drawings showed these spheres that overlapped as a roof. So instead of one roof over it, it's these spheres and half spheres that are kind of overlapping one another. Really think of the way the Sydney Opera House looks, and that's what the ballpark looks like. This drew instant mockery on the internet. People were not impressed. They thought it was unrealistic and a ripoff of the Sydney Opera House design. Looking at this, it's also unclear to me how the stadium is going to keep in the cool, because stadiums with retractable roofs have basically a sealed-in environment. I'm not saying no air gets in or out. I'm saying that there's not much ability for the air to escape. So this way, on very hot days, they can cool the place. And it stays cool because the hot outside air doesn't get in and the cold air doesn't get out. And that's what they do in places like Phoenix. Phoenix has a retractable roof for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Phoenix, which has similar weather to Las Vegas in the summer, they have the roof closed for the summer games, and then the spring games or even the fall games, if it's cool enough, they will leave the roof open. So if the weather's nice enough, the roof stays open. If it's too hot, the roof stays closed and they air condition the place. So that was the plan for this stadium in Las Vegas. I don't understand with this Sydney Opera House type design how that's going to work. What's also strange about the design is it kind of looks like a mesh screen on one edge of it, so you could actually look in from the outside. And number one, I don't know why they would have that, because it would make it too easy for people to see the game for free, who could just stand on the outside of it. But number two, how's that going to keep the cool air in there? A mesh screen like that, the air travels right through it. So that's another weird part of the design. This stadium was designed by the Bjarke Ingels Group, Bjarke Ingels Group, BIG, and HNTV, and they claim it will offer a, quote, unmatched fan experience. Well, unmatched unless you go to Sydney. The ballpark is expected to cost $1.5 billion, and it's still not totally a done deal if this is really going to happen. Some people compared the design of the stadium looking like an armadillo. And one of the designers even pushed back when people were derisively calling it an armadillo, saying, I think the armadillo is an underrated animal, and I think the A's are underrated at times. No, they were not underrated last year. They were just bad. By the way, there are no armadillos in Nevada. So that's another reason not to have a stadium that looks like an armadillo. The overlapping layers of the stadium were designed that way to provide shade from the Las Vegas sun while also allowing natural light into the ballpark. The problem is the temperature's so damn hot, so just providing shade is not going to work. You're not going to want to be in the shade in July or the sun. It's going to be too hot. Bjarke Ingels, who's the founder of the BIG, the Bjarke Ingels Group, said, the resultant architecture is like a spherical armadillo, shaped by the local client while opening and inviting the life of the Strip to enter and explore. What? The life of the Strip entering and exploring? Kind of sounds like a prostitution thing. In the city of spectacle, the A's armadillo is designed for passive shading and natural light, the architectural response to the Nevada climate, generating a new kind of vernacular icon in Vegas. Does this dude not realize it's like 100 degrees at night in Vegas in the summer? What is he talking about? We're not just looking for shade here. We need AC. What is he talking about? Oh, boy. So this was criticized all over the internet, and it's just making the whole project look even worse. So all the news about this whole move is negative. People are not excited about the A's coming to Vegas. The A's themselves suck. It's not clear where the A's will play once they leave Oakland, because there will be years in the middle where the stadium's not ready. Now they're expecting the stadium to look like an armadillo and not have air conditioning. And then there may not be room for a hotel there. And there may not be room for anything they need. Maybe this is the response to no retractable roof. Maybe that's what this is about. Maybe the armadillo is because the retractable roof can't happen. So they figured they'll just make an armadillo and somehow everyone will stay nice and cool. It just doesn't work that way. When the temperature is 113 degrees during the day and 100-something at night, if you have to wait till 5 a.m. until it's reasonably cool outside, and it's not even cool, if it's like 85 degrees or something, if the only decent weather's at 5 in the morning, you're not going to ever get that for baseball. So even if you play at 7:30 at night, it's still going to be hot. I don't know if this guy at the Ingalls group there has ever been to Vegas in the summer and tried to take a stroll outside at night at 7:30 or 8 o'clock, but it's damn hot. This whole thing is a fail over and over. So who knows if this really is going to happen. I could see this whole thing falling through and the A's going elsewhere. I know Salt Lake City has been discussed as a possibility, and New Orleans, and a few other places. I think even Portland, even talking about starting a team in Canada again, because right now there's only the Toronto Blue Jays. There's been talk about bringing back a team in Montreal or starting one in Vancouver. So these are all options that have been tossed around. Also, somewhere in the South, as the only team in the South is the Atlanta Braves at the moment. We're going to probably get clarity soon enough because the A's are going to want some kind of answer, whether they're really moving there. Well, I've been holding back this topic for a while, thinking that maybe Brandon will come on, but I guess he is not around, so I'm going to have to do this topic anyway without him. Brandon actually went to Fontainebleu and spent 2 days there, and I wanted him to tell you guys firsthand what that was like, but since he's not here, I will give you a different Fontainebleu story. Maybe we'll have him come on next show and tell us his impressions of Fontainebleu as a person staying there. But I do want to tell you that Fontainebleu is doing status matches, and they had stopped. So the disastrous launch of Fontainebleu, which happened in December, included a bizarre tier status match program. And what was bizarre about it was that it lasted a whopping 24 hours before abruptly disappearing with no explanation. And that's not fully understood why that happened. The rumor is that they became overly concerned that people would simply exploit them for free stuff and not play. So they wanted to do an impact study on the ones they matched the first day. Basically, let people match the first day and then see what impact it has on their business and then decide what to do from there. If that is true, that's incredibly stupid. You don't use the tourists and Vegas locals as guinea pigs to figure out if a status match is worth doing. You either do it or you don't. You don't have to do studies. You don't start it and stop it and then get people frustrated and say, oh, we're just studying it. Don't worry, we'll bring it back. You never do that. Now, if you want to study it before doing it, that's fine. But you don't start it just so you can study it. But that's the rumor of what they did. Anyway, after a lot of embarrassing things like the Nacho Gate and all these other problems and the fact that it's kind of a ghost town there and that they have very high daily expenses because it's a huge place, they realize that they have to bring back the status matching because a lot of other casinos on the Strip are doing it, and they need to also if they want to try to attract gamblers over there, especially locals. So they brought back the status matching. Now, as I said earlier during the Founders Card topic, the status match will not impact any offers you get there. So your offers are not going to get any better from getting a status match, no matter how high the match is. The status match gives you the benefits that are printed on the website, the standard benefits, and that's it. They do not affect your comps, your offers, anything like that. Now, for Advantage players, Casino Advantage players, or just others who are aware of this, a second concern involves the potential problem of signing up for a new card but not being able to play that much the first day, which would impact your offers down the road. Because it is definitely true that if you sign up for a new card anywhere, that the first day of play is very impactful on the offers you're going to get. So keep that in mind before you get a card somewhere, that if you're going to barely play that day, you may want to hold off getting a player's card until you plan to play more. So if you think you have maybe half an hour to play today, but you have a long time to play tomorrow, I'm talking about everywhere, not just Fontainebleu, you should probably sign up for the player's card tomorrow, because the first day is considered very important. People don't like getting cards and putting little play on them if they know it's going to affect their offers. Especially casino advantage players have awareness of that. So is that the case here? Well, fortunately, no. This is actually discovered by Brandon, this next part. You actually have to activate any new card you get there by putting it in a machine or playing at a table in order for the rating to start. Now, that's actually a good thing, because that means you can sign up for a card and get the status match, but then not do anything with it until you're ready to play the amount that you think you need to play to generate whatever offers you want to generate. Now, I do want to warn you, Fontainebleu is not known to generate very generous offers, at least not yet. But I'm just telling you that if you don't have time to play the day you sign up for the card, don't worry about that. You can just come back anytime and activate the card by just using it. Once you use it, it automatically activates. But before you use it, it does not, and that's different from a lot of other programs out there. However, this is also true for the benefits. So any kind of free food that you get from being matched to a certain level, or anything else you use the card for, these will not begin until the card is used at least once. The status match is promised to be done through at least June 2nd, 2024. So that means you have until June 2nd to get down there and do it. And then once you do it, your status match runs through the end of 2024. However, I am hearing from insiders that the status match will continue after June 2nd. And, of course, Fontainebleu can remove it at any time before June 2nd, so that date doesn't really mean much. It just means at the moment they plan to keep the status match around until June 2nd, but you can't count on that for sure. So there are 4 levels at the Fontainebleu's rewards program. The bottom level is called Blue, B-L-E-A-U. You get that automatically signing up. Then Silver is the next level. Then Gold, and then Royal is the highest one. So all the Vegas casino players' cards, at least the major ones, are being matched to Fontainebleu right now. And even a few California Indian casinos are being matched as well. So I'm going to quickly give you the list of the cards from each place and what that matches to at Fontainebleu. So, as I said, you start off with Blue status, so you don't have to do anything to get that, aside from sign up. If you want to get upgraded to Silver, here are the cards that will match to it. Caesar's Diamond or Diamond Plus, MGM Pearl or Gold, Garcia, which is Venetian's Elite or Sapphire, Genting, which is Resorts World Prime, Identity, which is Cosmopolitan Gold, Unity, which is Mirage and basically all the Hard Rock properties, Legend, Infinity, which is Sahara Legend, 24K Select, which is Golden Nugget, Chairman, Boyd Emerald, Club 1, which is Circa D and Golden Gate, Maverick or Legend, Club Serrano, which is Palms and Yamava, that's Emerald or Amber, Mohegan, which is Virgin, that's Leap or Ascend, Stations, you need President or Chairman, Penn Play, which is the M Casino, you need Elite, and Pachanga, which is a Southern California Indian Casino, you need Gold or Platinum. So these will all get you to Fontainebleu Silver. Note that Caesar's Diamond and Diamond Plus only get to Fontainebleu Silver, which isn't very high. MGM Gold, same thing. That's kind of a middle tier card, and yet you're only getting Silver. Fontainebleu Gold, you'll get that if you have Caesar's Diamond Elite, MGM Platinum, Identity Platinum, which is Cosmopolitan. Grazie Paisa Gold or Ruby. Now, I believe it's probably only Paisa Gold by this point. Venetian has changed their rewards program yet again. This is the second change they've done in the last few years. So Venetian's just really bringing down the number of tier levels they have. So Paisa Gold is the highest one, but it's not actually all that high. Ruby was one of their old levels, but I believe that all ended on March 1st. So Paisa Gold will be Fountainbleu Gold. Genting Resorts World will be Monarch. Unity, which is Mirage, would be Icon or X. So those are the two highest cards there. They'll get you Fountainbleu Gold. Infinity, which is Sahara, will get you need Icon or Infinite to get Fountainbleu Gold. Win Platinum. 24K Golden Nugget would be Elite. Boyd, you need Onyx or Titanium. Club Serrano, which is Palms or Yamava, you need Diamond. Mohegan, which is Virgin, and also the Mohegan across the country, you need Soar. Pen Play, which is M, you need Owner's Club. And at Pachanga, you need a red card. That all matches you to Fountainbleu Gold. Now, how do you get Fountainbleu Royal? Well, there you have fewer options. Because some of the other casinos, no matter how high you are, they only give you gold at best. But there are 6 reward programs, actually probably 5 now, that will get you Fountainbleu Royal. Caesars 7 stars, MGM Noir, Genting Resorts World Imperial, Wynn, there's actually 2 at Wynn you can get it, Black or Chairman. Grazie, if you still have a Grazie card that says Diamond on it, you might be able to still do it, but they have converted that program, so if you have Paisa Gold now, they're not going to give it to you, but if you can present a Grazie Diamond card, they may still honor it. And then Club Serrano, which is Palms and Yamava, if you have Turquoise, you can get Royal there as well. So that's it. So it is interesting, like at Mirage, no matter how high you are there, you're only going to get gold. Sahara, same thing. And Cosmos, same thing. So there's only 6 properties, maybe 5 now, if Venetian's been taken away, that would get you the Fountainbleu Royal. So what are the best benefits? And I told you about Royal, Gold, Silver, and Blue, but what are the best benefits for each tier? Well, I won't talk about Blue, since it's the base. But here's what you can get for Silver. Silver, which remember that's like Caesar's Diamond Plus, MGM Pearl or Gold. You get $100 food credit. You get 10% bonus on play points. Those are similar to Caesar's rewards credits. So you'll get a 10% bonus on what you earn there. Free valet parking Sunday through Thursday only. You get a 1 p.m. late checkout if you stay in the hotel. And also at the hotel, you get a free upgrade to a room with a better view in the same category. Fountainbleu Gold gives you $150 food credit, $150 spa credit, a 20% bonus on the play points. You get $0 ATM fees, at least on their end. If your bank charges you, that's possible still, but they're not going to charge you anything on their end. Free valet parking 7 days a week. No resort fee at the hotel. 2 p.m. late checkout. Free early check-in, again, at the hotel. Free upgrade to a suite, if available, at the hotel. And also a priority check-in line. Then you get priority valet and priority taxi service and priority reservations to various stuff on property. Royal, the highest status, $250 food credit, $250 spa credit, a 30% bonus on play points. Then you get all those other hotel-related ones. You get $0 ATM fees and the free valet parking, of course, and no resort fee, of course. You get a 4 p.m. late checkout, free early check-in, free upgrade to a suite if available. You get free airport transportation, which the other levels don't have, and the rest is the same as gold. Now, here's something weird about their program. Let's say you wanted to earn the status the old-fashioned way by just playing. Their rewards page says that you earn 3 credits for every $1 of rated play in slots, video poker, and tables. 3 credits. They mean tier credits. So that's pretty good. Every $1 of rated play, you get 3 credits. That's like you run a $10 video poker hand, you get 30 tier credits. At Caesars, you get 1 tier credit from that. You get 30 here at Fountainbleu. So you must have really high requirements then in number of tier credits to get to these levels, right? No. It says you get to silver at 7,500, gold at 40,000, and royal at 90,000. Now, wait a minute. That would mean, if you crunch the numbers, that you could earn royal, their higher status, by simply running 30K of coin in through video poker, which isn't very much at all. So I had a very hard time believing that, and I asked people on Vegas Casino Talk what they thought of this. I mean, it's right there on their website. So somebody explained that likely what they meant when they said for every $1 of rated play is not actually $1 in rated play, but $1 in theoretical losses, which is a big difference. So rated play just means that you have your card in and they're keeping track of your play. Theoretical loss is what you would lose if your luck is exactly average. So, for example, on a 99% returning video poker machine, if you run $100 through it, your theoretical loss is $1 because there's a 1% house edge. You ran $100 through, so your theoretical loss would be $1, regardless of what you've actually won or lost. So it was suggested on Vegas Casino Talk by some users there that what they actually meant to say is that for every $1 of theoretical loss, they give you 3 points. And I think they're probably right. That's where these levels start to make more sense. But that's a very stupid and frustrating system because the customer has no way to know what the casino rates their theoretical loss. Even if they play a form of video poker where they know what the theoretical loss is, often this will be rated differently by different casinos. They don't just go by the math of the situation. So you really have no way to tell how you can earn tier credits, like how fast you're going to earn, because it's based upon theoretical loss, if that's what they meant. And if that is what they meant, why did they write $1 worth of rated play? You get 3 points. That's not true. At least we have to assume it's not true. So we think this is just an idiot writing up that web page. So that's right on brand for Fontainebleu to write something stupid like that. So if your plan is to just get this status match, which you can only do once, by the way. So if you do this, then in 2025, you're going to be back down to the bottom level and you'll have to earn it the old-fashioned way. But if you really just want to use them for this free stuff they give, which is really the food credit plus the spot credit, I mean, you can. That's not the best use of a new card. But if you're going to assume that maybe the offers are never going to be very good there anyway, and it's too expensive for you to ever want to stay there, so you don't really worry about the resort fee that you're going to save because you're not going to be staying anyway. If it's something like that, then you might as well just go down there and get the free card. Or if you're with someone that's otherwise never going to come to Vegas, that might be worth doing. Let's say you're there with your mom who never goes to Vegas and it just happens to be with you this time. You may want to sign her up. Of course, she'd have to have a higher card from another property, so that wouldn't work. But I guess somebody that would be not in Vegas very often, but also would have a higher card that would be a part of a program that would match. Maybe like a national program, like MGM, Caesars, whatever. It's worth doing. But if you're local, you should probably hold off and see if their offers start improving before signing up for a new card. Because the benefits aren't that wonderful. You're just getting some food credit and some spot credit. So who really cares? And keep in mind the parking is always free there. You can do self-parking free. The valet is not always free, but the self-parking is always free. So you don't have the issue where you can't park. So anyway, that's just something I wanted people to know about. Sot24 liked the story that I told about the hot girl in the dorm whose relationship I ruined. He said that was a pretty good story, Druff. He also said regarding the Armadillo Stadium, he said that sounds very A's. Philosopher pointed out that I did do a segment previously about the nachos. That is true. Finally, I want to talk about some interesting stats that I stumbled upon when looking at the website of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitor Authority. You might think I must have been pretty bored to go take a look at that, but I was actually told by someone that it's interesting to look at, so I went and took a look today. And I did find some interesting stats about Las Vegas, and I think some of this might surprise you. First of all, what percentage of people staying in Las Vegas hotels are there either on a comp or a discounted rate through the casino? And this means any discounted rate. This means even if the standard rate is $150 and they're offered $100, that's considered a discounted rate, even though it's not wonderful. So what percentage are either on comps or at least getting a discounted rate? Believe it or not, the percentage is only 26. It's only about a quarter of the people in the casino that are staying at the hotel are there on a casino discounted rate, which is crazy to me. I thought it was way more than that. 54% in the year 2023 paid the regular rack rate, which is also pretty high. I didn't expect that more than half of the people were paying the regular rack rate without any kind of discount. What was the remaining 20%? That would be convention rates, tour group or package rates, or some other kind of special rate. They also provided an Excel file that gives you a lot of stats regarding the statistics of occupancy in the city. In 2023, about 40.8 million people came to Las Vegas. Now, I presume this includes duplicate visitors, so if you came 5 times, you count as 5 people there, but they had 40.8 million visitors in 2023. Of those, about 6 million were there for conventions, so that's a lot if you think about it. That out of 40.8 million, 6 million were there for conventions. So occupancy was higher on the weekend, even though it's more expensive than midweek. On the weekend, 90.7% of the hotel rooms were filled in 2023. Midweek, 80.3% were filled. And that was all of Las Vegas. On the Strip, they had 86.2% occupancy overall, and downtown only 69.7% occupancy. Overall, they were running at 83.5% average occupancy in all hotel rooms in Las Vegas. The average daily room rate was pretty high. It was $204 on the Strip and $105 downtown. And this includes everything, weekends, weekdays, you just average it all together. The RevPAR, I bet you've never heard of RevPAR, R-E-V-P-A-R. What is that? That stands for revenue per available room. So basically they're counting how much per rooms that were usable did they make in revenue. So on the Strip, they made $176 and downtown $73. So that's lower, of course, than the room rate because they've got expenses. But that shows you how much they're making, that they were making $176 on a $191 room on average. Gaming revenue in all of Clark County, $13.487 billion was earned. This is profit there for all of Clark County casinos. On the Strip, that was $8.9 billion. And downtown, $909 million. And the Boulder Strip area, $965 million. The rest of it was other places. $366.7 million of room tax was collected. So that's a lot of room tax was paid. How did 2023 do compared to 2022? It was up 5.2% in visitor volume. It was up almost 20% in convention attendance because conventions were slow to come back after COVID. People were just kind of afraid to be all in the same room together, but 2023 people started to relax about that. Available room inventory went up 2.5%. Total occupancy went up 4.3%. The average daily room rate went up along inflationary lines, but even more. 11.9% increase in the average daily room rate, including a 12.3% increase on the Strip. The gaming revenue improved over 2022. In Clark County, it went up by 5.5%. On the Strip, it went up by 7.4%. Only place it went down was minus 0.1% on the Boulder Strip. They collected 11.4% more room tax in 2023 compared to 2022. So I've got one last thing I'd like to read you, and that would be the lodging inventory. And what that basically means is how many rooms are there to stay. In Las Vegas, there are 153,000 rooms. The exact number, 153,124. That is as of the end of 2023. Prim, which is that very small area right at the state line when you're driving on the 15 from LA, that only has 2,635 rooms. Boulder City only has 341 rooms. Laughlin, which is still in Clark County, so it's counted, even though it's not part of Las Vegas, that had almost 8,700 rooms, and Mesquite had 1,650 rooms. In addition, they had 11,131 timeshare rooms available. Now, what are the largest hotels in terms of rooms that are available? The Aria has 4,002. The Bellagio, 3,933. Caesar's Palace, 3,794. Circus, bigger than you think, 3,763. The Cosmopolitan, 3,033. Encore has 2,034. Excalibur, also probably bigger than you think. So far, the biggest number I've read, or second biggest number I've read, 3,981. Flamingo has 3,446. Fontainebleu, 3,644. Golden Nugget downtown, 2,419. Harrah's, 2,541. Horseshoe, 2,056. The Link, 2,236. The Luxor, 4,400. So far, the highest one I've read to you. The Mandalay Bay, 3,209. MGM Grand, this is the biggest one, 4,997. So just a tiny bit short of 5,000. The Mirage, 3,044. New York, 2,024. Palazzo, 3,064. Paris, 3,672. Park MGM, the former Monte Carlo, 2,605. Planet Hollywood, 2,496. Resorts World, 3,506. Rio, 2,520. South Point, 2,163. The Strat, known also as the Stratosphere, 2,429. Treasure Island, 2,884. Tropicana, which is about to close, 1,470. Venetian, 4,029. Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, 1,502. Westgate, 2,812. The Wynn, 2,716. Those are the big ones there. In Laughlin, the biggest hotel is the Aquarius with 1,906 rooms. Harrah's has 1,506 to be the second biggest hotel room-wise in Laughlin. The biggest timeshare place is the Grand View at Las Vegas, 2,256 units. Marriott's Grand Chateau with over 1,000, was 1,100. That's the only two that have more than 1,000 units of the timeshares. And by the way, do not ever, and when I say ever, I really mean ever, do not ever, ever, ever buy a timeshare anywhere when it's sold originally. Secondary market is a different story, but do not ever buy as the first buyer of a timeshare. Do not ever go to a presentation and buy. I guarantee you're getting ripped off. I guarantee that your timeshare is going to plummet in value no matter what they say to you. In fact, it may plummet in value more than 10 times very quickly. So if you really want a timeshare, which sounds a lot better than it actually is, They become a pain in the ass. But if you really want one, then look on the secondary market. You'll get a lot of bargains. That's how you buy timeshares. Do not go to presentations. That's for rubes. They're tricking you into paying very inflated prices. And people don't realize the prices are inflated because you're only getting a percentage of ownership that tends to be very small. So if you have a week at the timeshare, that's 1/52nd of the property. So it can sound like it's a decent deal if it's $20,000 until you realize that you multiply by 52, it makes the place worth more than $1 million. And if the place you looked at isn't worth anywhere near $1 million, then you're being ripped off. And usually you really are. And then, of course, there's the HOA fees on them, too. So keep that in mind with timeshares. And if you want to game these timeshares for their presentations, like just go to the presentation and get the gift they're offering and then just not buy anything, it's typically not worth it. You're going to have very aggressive salespeople that are going to yell at you, try to guilt you into buying something. Even if you steadfastly refuse, they're going to get in your face. It's going to be a very unpleasant experience. It's never going to really be the 90 minutes they promise. It always ends up dragging for hours and hours. And you get people playing good cop and bad cop with you. It's just not a good idea. And also sometimes they rip you off. Sometimes what they're promising you, you end up not getting if you don't buy anything. So don't think you're tricking them. They're very aware that people will attend these things to try to get the free stuff with no intention of buying, and they really give those people a hard time. So that is not a good way to get a good deal on anything. The best value properties in Vegas, at least on the Strip, and when I say value, I don't mean the cheapest. I just mean the best value for your money that's not a complete dump. There'd be 3 properties that are usually the best value, and that would be Harrah's, Horseshoe, and Park MGM. Those are the 3 that are all decent. They're not wonderful, but they're decent, and they tend to be cheap. So look for those if you want to get a good buy. I see people staying at things like the Link and the Flamingo and the Luxor and the Excalibur, and I go, what are you doing? Why you can stay at Harrah's sometimes for even cheaper. You can stay at Horseshoe for cheaper. It's so much better. And the clientele around you is better quality. So why would you stay at these dumps? But people do. They don't listen to me. So that's it. Those are the stats I want to tell you. And that is the end of this show. Because, this show was not supposed to exist. This was supposed to be done 5 days ago. Supposed to do it all in one shot. And I didn't. There we go. So thank you for listening to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I mean, you can't complain that I haven't done much recently as far as shows, right? I did a show on March 9th. I did a show like 2 days after that. Here, finishing the show on March 14th, 15th. That's a lot of shows, right? I mean, especially for a guy doing it like once every 3 weeks these days. But maybe this will get me more used to doing radio more often. Maybe this will get me back into the doing radio often spirit. At least give me credit for that. Please go listen to it on YouTube. Make me a little bit of money. Something like that. Philosopher asked in chat, so everyone who's selling timeshares in the secondary market is taking a loss? Answer, 100% unless they bought it on the secondary market in the first place. You will never buy a timeshare through one of these presentations and then sell it on the secondary market for more. Never happens. They always pretend it happens. They tell you at the presentations it's a tremendous investment, but it never is. It's aimed at rubes. And it's not illegal. Some of the things they do are quasi-illegal, but nothing really ends up happening. So you just stay away from those. I've never been to one of them in my life, and I'm never going to. And I know there's a few people who swear by these presentations and say, oh, they don't pressure you. Oh, I get all this free stuff. I'm telling you, it's not worth it. I mean, if it's your only way you can travel, if it's the only way you can afford a trip, then I guess, but otherwise it's a good thing to stay away from. So when will the next show be? Well, I'll try to get one before April. That's all I can promise you. I can't even promise that. I'll try to get one out before April. And Thank you for listening to Poker Fraud Alert Radio, and thank you for watching Poker Fraud Alert Radio on YouTube. That's all for tonight. Shalom.